started with a kiss, but Rubens Barrichello knows it has to end today with a win from pole position. For the first time this season, the others can see a chink in Michael Schumacher's armour, as he found qualifying hard work yesterday and has to settle for third.
Oh, and Michael again loses his spun. He's spun the Ferrari.
Brother Ralph splits the two Ferraris, and he and all the others know they have to put up or shut up right here.
Right now, right here, right now, right here, right now, right here, right now.
Juan Pablo Montoya sits next to Michael Schumacher on the second row. Now that should be interesting. Remember what's happened before. Nick Heidfeld sits on row 3 as the Sauber team again claimed the third best team title.
Fifth's my best position. I'm really happy about that.
As for the team that should be third, it's Kimi Räikkönen who rounds off the top 6, and Ron Dennis can hardly contain his displeasure.
I'm not at all surprised with our grid positions. They reflect where we are on certain aspects of the car, and you know, this is a circuit that's going to show our weaknesses.
It's a full house here at the A1 ring. The top 4 teams have all their drivers in the top 8 grid places. The first corner should be pretty exciting. Hello again. Yes, that first corner has caused some excitement over the years. Jeremy Hart and I are joined by Damon Hill, who's just flown in from an overnight gig with his band at the circuit. Good gig, man?
It was a good gig, man. Thanks.
You got a big following in Austria?
No, I left them all behind, thankfully.
Tell us more about it. How did this come to be? We've got some shots of you in action here.
How did it come to be? Well, the promoter, I met him somewhere, and he said, "Oh, we'd love to have you play at the Austrian ring." So I said, "Well, sure, it's this much," and he came up with the money, so I was there. But it was a good audience. Obviously, there's a lot of fans that stay overnight, and so we know they can't leave, and so it doesn't matter what we play. They're there all night and listening to our rock and roll.
What's the name of the band?
The Conrads. Witty name.
Very witty, yeah.
And we play all songs to do with cars. There's a car in the title, Road or something like that. Very tenuous, but it seems to be.
Name check the rest of the band.
We've got Rob Hart there, there's the singer who used to be in Bad Company, there he goes. And Joshua Phillips on the left, the keyboard player, in Big Country, and the drummer, Mark Brzezicki, was in Big Country as well, as was his brother, Steve Brzezicki. We've got 2 Brzezickis. And a chap called Steve Rue is a very good guitarist who covers for me when I can't play the bit.
How much would it mean to you to develop a second career as Damon Hill rock star?
Well, I don't think I want... I could do without being a rock star, quite honestly, but I do this rather than play golf. It takes less time and it's much more fun.
Is that Ferrari red you're wearing there?
Well, later in the evening I donned some Michael Schumacher merchandise, and that went down very well.
They like a bit of sarcasm, do they, in Austria?
Yeah, they didn't seem to get the joke.
Went down well with Michael, I'm sure.
Yeah, any team members there?
No, there was. Well, they're all busy in the. You know, there wasn't any. I didn't see any drivers at the gig.
Yeah, but they'll be the ones performing particularly badly today if they were there, I presume. Now then, not a lot of people know this. I'm supposed to do that in a Michael Caine accent, but I'm not going to. But did you know there are 24 mechanics used by the Jordan team for every pit stop? Well, we'll see how Jordan do it in a moment. But first, this is the way a top film producer saw a pit stop BAR style. So that's the glamour of being a pit crew member as Hollywood sees it. Nick Damon found out about the reality of life in the pressurised world of the pit lane.
I don't know about you, but I think I must have seen about 1,000 Formula 1 pit stops over the last few years, but To be honest, in the flurry of wheels, nuts, tyres, fuel, I've never really worked out what exactly happens. Tim Edwards, team manager from Jordan's, here to talk us through a pit stop stage by stage. Tim, over to you.
Okay. Well, I mean, obviously it's the most crucial part of the race as far as we're concerned. It's the only bit of input we have into the race as such. Once we've prepared the car for the race, you know, it's over to the drivers, and our one bit of the race is that sort of 8 seconds when we're doing the pit stop. So we rehearse it every Thursday, every Sunday morning before the race, and I mean that's the same for all the teams. It's a ritual almost. Okay, so the car's coming in now. The car stops, nuts off, jack the car up, and the fuel hose on. Now the wheels are coming off and the other wheels are going on, and that all happens sort of simultaneously, all four corners. Just drop the front of the car, hose comes off, and then we drop the rear of the car.
And then the lollipop goes out and the car goes out.
Exactly.
Pit stops are critical, Damon, but supposedly every team on a one-stopper at this race, so how much more important are they in Austria?
Well, half as important as a two-stop is an obvious answer to that, but they are critical, and to the point of being critical to within half a second, because it's the distance a car can travel in half a second when it's on the track compared to one coming out of the pits, and it's the difference between overtaking or not. So you could spend all race stuck behind a guy, and your only chance of overtaking will be whether or not you get out of the pits half a second quicker than him.
Did you ever win a race in the pits, so to speak?
I lost one, but those moments are vital, and there's no time to be lost at all in the whole of a Grand Prix. Although it may be an hour and a half long, you know, every split second is very, very important.
No team more professional, excuse me, than Williams, and yet we saw at the last race that they got it wrong.
Completely. I mean, as Damon was just saying, you can lose a race quite easily in the pits. I mean, remember occasions like Eddie Irvine. They didn't have enough wheels for him. They only had 3, and the last count, even on a Ferrari, you need 4. That's an elementary mistake. Not getting the fuel hose in properly, dropping the car, lollipop coming up too early. There are so many things that can go wrong. And we've seen they practice time and time and time again to get it right, but still, the heat of battle, stuff can go wrong.
Looking ahead to the race in general, Damon, you were wearing a Schumacher shirt last night at your gig. Obviously, you think that Michael can get off that 3rd position and into the lead again.
No, I was being ironic. But the point about Michael, I think, this weekend is there seems to be something going on. The last couple of races, he's been under pressure in qualifying. He doesn't look that happy. To say, oh, there was something about the car that I wasn't happy with, but not be specific, is a bit mystifying. I think, quite honestly, Rubens is doing brilliantly right now, and he's putting up some serious competition to Michael. And Michael will pull out something in the race. Now, no question about it, he's not going to suddenly lose his form. But maybe the qualifying edge is going a little bit. He's maybe distracted. You know, he's got this enormous thing about to happen in his life, which is he's going to become the winningest. You know, he's going to equal Fangio's 5 world champions. He's already gone into broken all the records. You can get distracted. It happens to everyone. Maybe qualifying form's going a little bit, but I don't expect that will happen in the race. But he's got a problem. He's got to get through 2 corners, the first corner and the second corner, without a hiccup, safely, and also he's got to get past his brother, and then he's got to. If he does that, then we may see some team order thing come in with Rubens. But I think probability is Rubens and Ralph are going to be racing for a long time before he gets a look in.
He's also got to worry out for Montoya as well, who's right next to him. And
Indeed, yeah.
Montoya's not going to give an inch. And Michael's not good on the back foot either. I mean, a lot of drivers are best when they've got to come from behind, but Michael's not.
No, well.
So, just how difficult is it to drive around this A1 circuit in Austria? Kimi Räikkönen is on 6th spot on the grid, and this is how he sees it.
Yeah, I'm Kimi Räikkönen from West McLaren Mercedes, and I will take you around A1 ring. Okay, start and finished straight. First corner, down the second gear is quite tight, and you need good exit for a long straight afterwards. Down the second corner is hard braking. It's very tight right-hand corner. Down the first gear, try to take the inside curve a little bit and get very good exit also for quite long back straight. And corner 3 is a bit more open corner. Again down the second gear. Take the inside curve and a little bit exit curve, and just try to get it quite smooth. And then you come corner 5 and 6. 5 is long left-hander like 6 also, and you just try to carry speed in and go as quick as possible. And then you come already on the last 2 corners. Corner 8 is difficult, quite slippery turn in, and last corner is also you take the inside curve, but can make the car quite nervous sometimes, and just try to get very good exit for the start and finish line.
Seems easy, doesn't it? Well, the drama of qualifying proved that it's far from that. John Watson and Ben Edwards are our commentators as we look back at yesterday's action. Now, if the Sun newspaper came out on a Sunday, you could bet one of the headlines would be Montoya and Schumacher on the second row of the grid. They'd be looking for an incident to occur between those two.
Well, we have this situation where Montoya has collided and seems to be sort of targeting Michael as the man to beat, which is all very well, except of course they're not on the front row. I think the last couple of races have shown that Montoya is trying his best not to get bogged down in any kind of sort of repeat accident with Michael. So we'll see. I mean, you know, everything changes, as we know. When they get behind the wheel and the lights change, then everything that they've rehearsed and everything that they've said to themselves and everything that people have said to them about being careful suddenly gets forgotten.
It's a red mist, isn't it?
Unfortunately, you know, no one seems to be able to escape that. But I don't know. There is a different mindset when you're racing in your second row, because you're looking ahead to the people in front of you, and you don't necessarily want to sort of get mixed up with the people around you in the middle of the grid.
If we take a look at the grid, is it relevant to notice that left is Bridgestone, right is Michelin, pretty much?
I think almost as important is the fact that right is dirty and left is clean. And we saw this morning in warm-up that the two Williams drivers especially were ducking right to try and clean off the track. But yes, significant that Michelin have done as well as they have. It got very warm yesterday on the track, 34 degrees, at which point the Michelin's really come good. So if the track is that warm, and we'll find out in a minute for the race, then Michelin do have a chance because they've been written off earlier in the weekend.
What about our Dave? 8th on the grid. He won here last year. He's always done well at the A1 ring. What chance has he got here?
Yes, well, I read him as being quoted in the paper saying that he's won a race from that position. And also he's trying to get some positive vibe out of qualifying where he did. But you know, those circumstances were different, and he didn't have so many competitive cars in front of him, which he does now. I don't think Dave is going to be doing much from there. I mean, he'd be doing well to finish in the top 4, say. I mean, 4th downwards, perhaps.
Well, it was here last year where he started. He was one place further up. He was 7th on the grid last year and won the race. But then again, 2 or 3 of the front runners knocked each other out, and he came through and won. So it would take exactly the same to happen here. And maybe even some rain. There has been talk about rain. We'll look at the clouds in a minute, see whether they're heading this direction. But everyone likes the rain really up front, especially
Rain,
Michael
thunder,
Schumacher.
and a first corner that's a bit lively, as they say.
And it's the second corner. Everyone's been talking about the first corner, but quite honestly, the second corner is even worse, in my view, than the first corner. It's a much slower one, and there's a much longer straight leading into it.
Well, now a reminder that John Watson and Ben Edwards are on the Super Channel, and that all the interactive options are now available to you. But it's only here you get to see Peter Windsor in his attractive fireproofs. A pair of Y-fronts over the top, and Peter would look just like Super Ted. There you are, there's your serious link, Peter. Now then, Rubens Barrichello had to give way to Michael Schumacher at this race last year. Same again this time round, if the situation is similar?
Well, yes, if the situation is similar, which means that if they're in no jeopardy, of course, of losing positions to anybody behind them or indeed in front of them, if you get my gist. If they're leading, and they're leading easily 1-2, Rubens in front, there's no question that he will be asked to let Michael pass, because Michael's got to win that World Championship. Once the championship's over, I think it'll be a different story, but here, Rubens very much a team player. He's a completely different driver this year, I think, from last year. We've seen a few situations where he could have been a bit more vociferous than he has been, for example, when Michael took his car at Imola, or perhaps when he was taken out at the start at the Australian Grand Prix when he was on the pole. Rubens has been very calm all year, playing the team game. Did a great job yesterday, got the utmost from the car, got the pole. A big difference to Michael, though, in lap time, which does suggest that although Bridgestone and Michael are saying this is not the case, that indeed Michael has chosen to race the harder of the two Bridgestone compounds.
Peter, Damon here. I heard a rumour that, I mean, Jack Villeneuve didn't qualify that well, and I heard a story that he went home directly after qualifying, which didn't go down too well with the team boss.
No, well, I don't know about how quickly he left the circuit, but certainly David Richards, when John Watson suggested yesterday that Jacques was overdriving a bit, David Richards did nothing to dispel that. And one has to say at the moment that Jacques is a little bit lost, lacking perhaps in a sense of direction of where he's going in his career. And he really has no excuses for not being at least as quick as Olivier in the car.
It's 5 years, Peter, since Jacques last won a race. Is he a bit of a dinosaur now, overpaid and underachieving?
Well, he's in a difficult situation. He's in this team that he helped to form, and he's now got a new team principal to report to. He is very well paid to drive a car that has no chance of winning, and as you say, it's a long time ago since he won a race, but he took the decision to do this. He could have stayed at Williams, he could have won more races, he could be in that car right now, and that of course crosses his mind, but equally so does his bank balance, I'm sure.
Peter, what about one of the success stories of the season so far, and that's Toyota? What are the chances here, after a good showing so far, of them getting a top 10 or even a points finish?
Well, yeah, they just look so good, and right now they've done the logical thing. They've chosen two different compounds for the two drivers. Alan McNish is on the harder compound and Mika Salo on the softer Michelin. The cars look good, they brake well, good engine. This sort of circuit flatters a basically good racing car, and we see that today. A very, very good operation, putting a lot of teams, other teams to shame, of course.
Peter, competition time now, so we'll be back with you in just a couple of moments. And I'd just like to point out that every phone call made contributes to the coffers of some very worthy charities. So thanks to Jaguar for giving us this fantastic prize. Now all you have to do is win it. If you've always wanted to own a lean, mean, green machine, then this is your chance. And we're not talking about a lawnmower. We're giving
with the launch control to get off the line. Kimi Räikkönen, when he was driving for Sauber last year, finished in 4th position. Heidfeld still recovered to finish in 9th. It is a track that they seem to go well on. But Jenson Button, he knows he has his work cut out, starting from 13th place on the grid, and it hasn't been one of the best weekends for Team Renault. They just don't seem to have got quite the handle on the car that they would have hoped. Michael Schumacher preparing already to come out with just 4.5 minutes to go until the pit lane opens. An opportunity to see whether any last-minute changes have brought the sort of balance that he needs on his car, which will be starting, remember, in 3rd position.
Well, Niki Lauda with one of his long-standing fans, Bertel Wiemer. Niki and Bertel, of course, from Salzburg, or originally Vienna for Niki, but Salzburg for Bertel. And between the two of them, they've had many, many years in Formula One and enjoyed one another's company. And Bertel used to be involved with the KTM motorcycle company, and well, when Niki wants companionship, he relies on his old mates, and Bertel and others are seen at many Grand Prix to keep Niki company in those lonely moments when he needs a little bit of loving, tender care.
Take a look at the previous results here around the A1 ring down to 1997, and it has been certainly a lot of success for McLaren. 1999 wasn't a great year for them. That was the season that Häkkinen led into the first corner, and then David Coulthard actually ran close behind, tried to have a go into the second corner, and the two of them made contact. That dropped Häkkinen out of the battle. Coulthard continued the battle, but in the end, Irvine had the edge. Great strategy from Ferrari that day.
Yeah, and I mean, it was a stunning race from Eddie. I think one of the finest races he's driven, and it was a combination of the teamwork and the man in the cockpit getting it right on the day. And Ross Brawn on the pit lane saying push, 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 and Eddie probably saying I am. Well, you have the responsibility of a #1 driver. And Ross Brawn on the other end of a radio, you are expected to deliver, and Eddie did that job for Ferrari brilliantly. Well, it looks like a young racing driver in the making, doesn't it?
It does indeed, and it's great to see, isn't it? People
of
all ages. Yes, Mika Salo's family there, and well, Tom Walkinshaw hoping for good things today from the two Arrows. Qualified 11th and 12th, but they had the pace to be well inside the top 10. Great pace shown by both cars all weekend. The Bridgestone tyre working extremely well on that beautifully balanced, very neat and tidy looking Arrows car. And both Frentzen and Bernoldi in with a shout today of getting into the points, as Frentzen did last time out by finishing in 6th place in Barcelona.
And because of the speed we saw from both of the Arrows this morning, we did sort of second guess that maybe they're going to try and do something a little bit reminiscent of what they did last year when Jos Verstappen ran very close to the front for maybe up to half the race. particularly with the two-stop strategy. Now, that is not the norm. Most people here will opt for a single-stop strategy. It's not an issue of tyre wear. It's just simply that the nature of the circuit doesn't wear the tyres out. But if you want to push yourself forward in the rankings, one way of doing it is to start on a light load, be it a light load for a one-stop or a light load for two stops. It doesn't matter. It's one way you can thrust yourself forward. Top speed and good acceleration off corners counts for an awful lot more than going a long way into the race and trying to consolidate for that first part of the race.
That's right, John. This man, David Coulthard, going all the way to lap 50 out of 71 last year to make his one and only pit stop, and that was a large part of what gave him the victory. It was a great strategy from the McLaren team, and he came through to take the win ahead of Michael Schumacher, who only moved into second thanks to Rubens Barrichello moving out of his way. Michael, of course, affected in an incident with Juan Pablo Montoya on the 16th lap. They had a coming together at the Remus corner. That's the second turn, and we've seen it does go wrong up there. That was where Rubens Barrichello, of course, nearly had a big one with Mika Salo in qualifying yesterday.
Yeah, Mika had come out of the pits and was driving.
2 weeks ago, Michael Schumacher took pole, had the fastest lap, led every lap and won the race. A four-timer that last happened in Monaco 4 years ago. But will he be so dominant this time? Well, the next couple of hours will tell us. So let me remind you that Ben and Watty are on Super Channel. They're all your interactive options. And you've also got Jeremy, Damon, Peter and myself here on Master Channel. Decisions. And there is the pole sitter. Strange term, but you won't mind it being addressed that way.
Yes, perhaps we could make that a competition question. What is the original meaning of pole sitter?
Go on then.
I haven't got a clue. You've
opened a can of worms now.
I have, haven't I?
Well,
where did
it's hard enough asking who won this race last year. Never mind what poles.
I never asked any questions.
We'll ask Peter in a minute. He knows everything. So
they said you're on
look
pole.
at that, 33 degrees track temperature. So it's pretty well what it was for qualifying yesterday. And the Michelins weren't at all bad.
And rising, I'm told.
The Michelins or the temperature?
The temperature's rising, but I mean, we can see now it's not. The sun doesn't appear to be out there, and it's there's some largish clouds around. So
30% chance of rain.
30% is not very high, is it? You'd have to say, because as Perry used to point out, that's leaves 70, 60.
60. It'll be 70% chance. It's not going to rain.
Yeah.
Did you do your own deals
60,
or not?
60 odd percent. I didn't do it in percentages.
You make a lousy agent, I'll tell you that much.
Tell you what, you have 30, I'll have 70. How about that? You'd be quite happy with that. No, I mean, 30% chance of rain, especially in the mountains, is not quite as thick as it might seem.
30% is a higher percent chance in the mountains.
Yeah, the weather is a lot less predictable in the mountains.
Sato there and Junior.
Salo, even.
Salo. Yes, I'm being told Sato didn't look like Sato.
No, she is Japanese. And
what are your weather predictions for the race? Still a chance of showers. And we fill in everyone with all the possible information we can. 2 Williams is going out.
Montoya ahead of Schumacher going out of the pits.
Now,
not like that on the grid, though, is it?
I think this is going to be a cracking race because, I mean, you know, we got. You don't have the kind of normal form here at all. We've got 2 youngish drivers, and let's remember that Rubens and Ralph managed to climb all over each other in the first race of the season in Melbourne, and they've had their run-ins in the past. Anyway, I mean, you know, it does seem that once you've found a partner to crash into in Formula 1, it seems you never seem to escape them. They always seem to be there next to you on the grid.
Takes 2 to tango, though, doesn't it? And it's Ralph and Rubens and Juan Pablo and Michael seem made for each other, and they force them up at the front.
And if the form book for the race goes as normal, then Michael seems to have a much bigger advantage in the race than he's had in qualifying in the last few races. And so he will be looking for a way to get past. He will be putting pressure under. Let's say he gets off ahead of Montoya and escapes colliding with him for the first 2 corners. Then he certainly will be putting pressure on his brother or Rubens, whichever comes first.
We saw on the warm-up this morning, though, a lot of smoking coming from the front Ferrari brakes. Now, part of the problem apparently yesterday is it was a rear brake problem for Michael. So maybe the brakes are another chink in the armour of the F2002, and there are two particularly heavy braking corners here, aren't there?
It's quite heavy on brakes here, but the point to make there is that brakes may from time to time behave differently, and it doesn't necessarily suggest that the car has got a fundamental design problem with it regarding the brakes. You know, they're very temperature sensitive, and they work best at a very high temperature. They're carbon fibre brakes, and they work very well at an extremely high temperature. If they're not hot enough, and you get slightly cold front brakes and the rears come in, then you get too much brake balance to the rear, which makes the car loose. And you know, you can get it slightly wrong. When the way that it used to be done was you cover up the brake ducts, the cooling ducts, with sticky tape, which sounds very crude, but it does.
Well, if it works, it doesn't matter how crude it is.
And it just it's a way of adjusting the amount of air that cools the disc. I mean, the race is a completely different thing. Different brakes will go on for the race. They'll have lightweight brakes for qualifying and heavy-duty brakes that need to go an entire race distance, obviously. And the braking situation, again, is different for the race.
But this is a completely different track to Spain a couple of weeks ago, where braking was not quite as intense as it is here. It's much more stop-start here, isn't it?
Yeah, there's not the higher speed flow that you have in Spain. And the point to make there is in Spain, the aerodynamics have a huge bearing on the ability to lap quickly. And if you have a train of cars...
Just to stop you for a sec, we're looking at the Ferrari being put back into the garage for a second. Now, we've got a while before it needs to be out on the grid, but it looks to be a certain amount of panic at Ferrari at the moment. Maybe the T-car is going to come out.
Well, we've seen this in the last couple of races where Ferrari and Michael in particular seems to stay in the pits for quite a long time and go out very late, and there he is going out relatively late.
Being backed in, and now Rubens had trouble at the beginning of Spain as well, don't forget. And so if Michael's happy with his car, it might be Rubens that's going to swap cars at the last minute, which is not very settling, is it?
If that's the case, then it's not settling. But then it's quite common to win races in spare cars, and they are set up so meticulously that it's quite easy to change from one car to the next and get the same performance.
Now, Rubens is a very emotional guy. He seems to get upset by things, either joyful or not, so maybe he'd get unsettled by this.
Back to the Ferrari pit, let's rejoin Peter Windsor.
Yeah, down at the Ferrari garage, where there appears to be nothing untoward at all. It's very normal for drivers to go out on one exploration lap and then come back into the garage, check everything over. Rubens sitting very calmly in the car, very unemotionally, I have to say. And of course, these garages are quite tightly packed, smaller than most circuits. So you see the spare Ferrari in the middle there, Rubens in his race car, and Michael out again. Ferrari usually are relatively late onto the grid. They try to squeeze in as many laps as possible, and they usually duck back into the garage for refills, if you like, before they do so. I was quite impressed at how late and leisurely Kimi Raikkonen was in getting in his car. Michael had virtually finished his first lap by the time Raikkonen was strapped in and going out, so quite calm at McLaren as well.
Some certain one-upmanship about arriving late on the grid, isn't it? It's a bit like the superstar arriving last for the party or for the gig.
Well, yes, I think Michael quite likes that business of the parting of the sea as he drives right up to the second row in this case. Oh, bit of an accident there with the Ferrari mechanic.
What happened, Peter?
Okay. Well, Michael's coming in yet again. It's no drama. And he will probably go straight out again now, I would guess. Laid a bit of rubber on his pit stop area, switch the traction control off for a little bit, and Rubens just about to go out as well. It may look chaotic, but it's not, believe me, it's all normal.
It's just the amazing way he thinks of absolutely everything. That laying down a bit of rubber just where he's going to take his pit stop will give him that extra bit of oomph as he powers out, albeit to the governed speed limit that they do through the pit lane. But every millisecond counts. You're very calm down at McLaren, I have to say, considering inside they must be churning. being so low down, not where you'd normally expect to see McLaren. So we talked earlier on, DC did start this race 7th last year and went on to win. But
yeah, as you rightfully pointed out, that was because there was a big incident that knocked out a lot of cars in front of him. But the state of competitiveness is far less this year.
Let's cross to the pit lane now and join Ralf Schumacher. Ralf, you last finished this race in 1998. How confident are you that you can break that unhappy run?
Well, I hope so. I mean, you can never be confident, but you know, we had a good weekend so far, good qualifying yesterday, so that makes us confident that we're going to finish today, and I hope at least on the podium. That's why I start.
Ralf, it's Damon here. It's good to see you doing well.
Thanks, Damon. How are you?
I'm very well, and now I'm hoping you two are gonna, you and Rubens are not going to end up arguing after the first lap, okay?
I don't think so. I mean, Rubens had a very difficult season so far, never scored points. And I think today he sees his chance here to win, and to win he needs to come through the first 2 corners, so don't worry too much about him.
Well, we like the look of the grid. We think the order is fantastic for a good race, so we're excited about this one. It probably
I'm
is.
sure you do.
Yeah. Okay, have a good one.
Ralf, just a quick one as Jeremy Hart here. The fact you're on the dirty side of the grid, and this morning we saw you cleaning it away as much as you possibly could. What's the state of that side of the track, and how much of a disadvantage are you at?
Well, we'll see that during the start. I mean, there's sure a small disadvantage, but to be honest, I mean, the Ferrari seems to be so much quicker. It doesn't really matter where they overtake us. I think they're going to overtake us, and then it's just down to our strategy and to our tyre to stay with them and maybe overtake them later during the race again.
Ralf, thanks for your time. Good luck today.
Welcome. Bye-bye.
It never ceases to amaze me how cool these guys are, and indeed you were, minutes before a race.
Well, it's like you've done all the rehearsal, you know, and you're actually, there's nothing left to worry about because you know what you're going to do next. And I think anyone who's confident about their preparation for anything appears relaxed.
He wasn't at all confident, though. He was the Ferrari was going to romp away, no chance of keeping up with them. So,
well, yeah, I meant confident in themselves that they've done everything they possibly can, but. Also, you cannot be. We talked about emotion with Rubens. You know, it is true. He's an emotional person, but when he's doing his job, he's very professional.
Now, unusual to be talking to Flavio Briatore as we are now, and to say it's not going so well. Flavio, what's been the problem this weekend?
I believe major problem. This circuit is very power circuit, and you have about 60% of the time full throttle, and we are not ready. You know. Some race, I think so the aerodynamic of the car is very good, but we know with the engine we are not ready yet, and we're suffering for the engine and we're suffering for the tire. I mean, 2 problems like that, it's very difficult to make something good.
Flavio, it's Damon. We're very intrigued by all the cost-cutting talk that's going on in Formula One, and a lot of attention has been drawn to people's boats and yachts and stuff like that. Do you think this is good for Formula One, or I mean, having a boat, or not having a boat?
I don't think so. Nothing to do. I think so. You have the boat as well.
Okay. I don't, but if I get one, you're welcome. Come and see me.
But Demo, if you don't have the boat, I invite you in mine.
Okay.
But I think so. We're talking about to be more efficient. We know Formula One is expensive, but I believe it's possible to be more efficient. Only that. I don't think so. I don't think so. Formula One is in crisis because it's not. But I believe, like everybody else in the world, we need running the company a little more efficient. This, I think so. This is kind of ceremony thinking about.
Okay, Flavio, thanks very much. If Damon comes on your boat, he's bringing us all with him. You know that.
Okay, no problem. Ciao.
You heard him say no problem.
Can you run?
Okay. Peter Windsor is now with Patrick Head.
Patrick, very interesting looking grid here. Could be a good motor race for a change.
Well, I think Ferrari are again in pretty good shape, but it could be quite a strategic race, and it'll be interesting to see what strategies different people are on.
Do you think that most people will go one stop here?
That's certainly been historically the way it's gone, but on paper a two-stop is still a little bit quicker, and but it's the question of making sure that you're never held up in traffic when you come out certainly after your first stop.
Your two drivers on the same compound Michelin?
I haven't asked, Peter.
Do you think Michael and Rubens are on the same compound Bridgestone?
I don't really know. I mean, Michael seemed to be clearly slower than Rubens in qualifying, and that's certainly not a normal situation, but you know, you might infer from that Michael's on a harder compound than Rubens, but we only really get to find out a bit more clearly in the race.
And last question, do you think you can run longer towards the first pit stop than Ferrari?
Well, we understand they've got a fairly small fuel tank, but you know, people will be on different strategies, and maybe we or maybe they are on two stops, so we'll have to see.
We'll have to see. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks.
Fancy not asking your drivers what tyres they're on.
It's quite outrageous, isn't it? Interesting. Patrick said last night that Ferrari should let Rubens win this one, which was pushing it on the cheek department a little, seeing as Michael hasn't yet won the title, but he wants a straight fight, and I think a lot of people do. It would be great to see a chance for Rubens to prove himself this weekend. It won't happen, though, if Michael's right behind him.
Yeah, in fact, Patrick went on the record as saying that he thought that it was better for the public and the people who pay and watch Formula One to see a motor race and not have team orders, and they have been staunch in their employment of. Now, we're watching on board with Michael Schumacher here, doing this kind of practice or pre-start procedure thing. He's done this for every Grand Prix so far. He stops at the back of the grid and goes through a number of button changes and gear changes on neutral and just prepares, and then comes forward onto the grid. In fact, at one race he did do kind of what appeared to be a practice start, which I don't think is technically legal, but that time he didn't spin the wheels, so I think he probably can get away with that. But it's all part of either pre-programming the start or the launch control system, or just mental preparation. I'm not really sure what it's up. What he's
familiar aloof expression as he weaves his way into position. Not on the first row of the grid, but nowhere near the first row of the grid either are the McLarens. Here's Ron Dennis with Peter.
What was the feedback from the cars and drivers this morning from your point of view?
We're actually quite happy. We've got a good balance on the car. I think a good handle on how the particular tyre that Michelin brought here works. So I think we're pretty happy. A little bit slow in some parts, but given reliability, I think we should have a reasonable race.
Do you think there'll be lots of different strategies today?
I think there's a possibility the Ferraris will go on to do different strategies. I think I wouldn't be at all surprised if Rubens is on one and Michael on two. I think that will allow Rubens to hold the field up, let Michael drive away, which he'll need to do for that strategy to work. But generally this is a marginal circuit on which way to go, and the weather, the nature of the circuit conditions can tip you in either direction. Those cars are a little slow, will probably want to look racy in the first part of the race. So it's to get it right, you've got to be disciplined, and discipline sometimes makes you a little bit tortoise-like at the beginning, but we'll see how it works out.
Well, it sounds like we're going to have a motor race anyway, which is great news.
Yeah, I think it should be quite an interesting race. Might be a little bit boring at the front end, but it could be very interesting in the midfield.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We take the mickey out of those shirts, don't we, and the gear in general that McLaren are sporting this season, as we listen to the Vienna Boys Choir.
Beautiful sound.
A beautiful sound, a track I wrote myself, and that you played last night, I understand. And but they're crinkle-free, those shirts.
Are they?
You never see Ron with a crinkled shirt on.
Shall we see if we can get some of them? I think
We're failing
see they're constantly ironing my shirt.
How he had his arms folded, though. The body language was not exactly positive.
No, and I always find myself disagreeing with it. He said it's going to be boring at the front. I can't imagine a better grid. You know, you've got Montoya and Ralph and Michael and Rubens. I don't understand. It's one of my caps.
This is going to be the best race of the year so far, I think. We're going to have a lot of drama up front. And Ron's just miffed that he's not going to be in amongst it.
Yes, he doesn't disguise it that well. I mean, you know, he's very serious about his job.
OK, Nick Damon has caught up with Heinz-Harald Frentzen.
Heinz-Harald Frentzen, quick all weekend. What can you do in the race?
I hope good. I hope we can achieve some points here. It would be great. I think we are showing competitiveness here this weekend, a little bit more than we had in Barcelona. I think we are strong here. We'll see how we do in a race.
How tricky is that first corner when you're in the middle of the pack?
Well, it's going to be a lot of action there in the first corner. I think hopefully everybody is aware about it, that there's a lot of traffic there and slow traffic going to the first corner. And we know, I think all the drivers know it's a problem, but in the race it's always different.
Are you worried because behind you you've got a fast-starting Renault?
They're quick, I have to say. Yeah. But
best luck, thanks, Heinz.
Yeah.
Just looking at the track temperature, it's gone from 38 through 37 to 28 now since we've been on air.
Yeah.
What does that mean in terms of tyres?
That, well, I think that Jeremy's got all the inside line on the tyres.
Not good for Michelin, really. I mean, anything north of 30 is good news for them. And the look on Juan's face would probably say it all. I'm sure the tyre technicians have told him what the track temperature is doing. He can probably feel it through his boots.
All right, as we look at Juan Pablo, let's cross down to the BAR car and join Nick Damon, who's with Olivier Panis.
Olivier Panis, can you explain to me how you've managed to get so much out of the car this weekend and Jacques doesn't seem to be able to?
Well, to be honest, I don't know, really. I mean, for my part, I'm really positive with the car this weekend, and I'm very confident. I test a lot in Estoril the week before, and we find some little bit improvement to help the driver to be confident, and it worked for me. I don't know what's really going on for Jacques, but anyway, we're not in the grid, and I think so if we make a good start and the good two first corner, maybe good for us.
How important do you think is the ambient temperature? If it gets cooler, do you think that's going to be a big advantage for you Bridgestone runners?
Well, normally, yes. I think so. It's quite cool, to be honest. The Bridgestone tyres going very, very well here. This is a good point for us anyway.
Best luck. Thanks, Olivier.
Right, well, Olivier Panis was showing up Jacques, and the story I mentioned earlier about Jacques, I heard that he left the circuit immediately after qualifying. He's not going through the best phase of his career right now, but it doesn't help to, if that's true, I don't know if it is, but it doesn't help to sort of desert a sinking ship. You know, he's got to be a bit of a leader there.
He's almost jumped on one occasion.
David Coulthard has a job on his hands if he's to repeat his win of last year from 8th place on the grid. Here he is now. He's talking to Peter.
David, how did the car feel this morning and onto the grid?
It felt a little bit on the nose.
And which is your way of saying it's a bit pointy, a bit oversteering?
A bit pointy, yeah. And this morning it started out with some understeers, the tyres were graining, then it cleaned up. So I think it's just because obviously a different set of tyres when we ran this morning. But I'm expecting a difficult race. The guys round about me are quick. Unlike last year, we had a winning car already before coming here, so the meters have a good opportunity from the fourth row. But this year so far we don't. So I think if I can get a point, I'll be doing well today.
You're going to have a nice view of that first corner, or what goes on at that first corner with the guys at the front from here, aren't you?
Yeah, but as anyone who's raced and as Damon can testify in the studio, you want to be at the front, you want a clear track, you don't want to have all these nutters round about you, because I tell you, they're all mad, completely mad.
Well, let's hope they're not, and very good luck to you.
Thanks.
Like all mad people, he actually excludes himself from from that group. But we're looking here at it's an important first, and I expect, with Mr. Ecclestone being shown up the grid and being impressed by the whole show, which is undeniably what it is. It's
impressive,
brilliantly put together operation. And that even goes for the teams at the back of the grid, who, despite being at the back of the grid, nevertheless are extremely professional in every respect. Mechanics right through to designers and drivers, but it's a hard game, Formula One.
Interesting meeting overnight, Thursday night, Friday morning. Bernie and got all the team principals together to have a chat about the state of Formula One, and Paul Stoddart, the principal at Minardi, came out saying that we will all be racing next year. So obviously a deal has been cut to support those who are in financial trouble, because we don't want to see grids of less than 20 cars.
No, not good for the sport, and certainly not good for us, because we want a big race full of competitive cars. But you know, it doesn't matter how you you do it, there's always going to be people at the front, there's always going to be people at the back, you know, and what you like to see is you like to see some change in the order. You don't want to see the same person winning all the time, which is what we've had this year anyway with Michael, but today's going to be different.
You can have too much passing. You can have too many changes in the lead. I mean, you look at some forms of American racing, and they pass each other as if you know, as if it's a competition to notch up the most number of passes. But in the end, if there isn't one good battle for the lead or for the points, then what's the point in passing for the sake of it? Well,
Max Mosley made that point exactly, which is to say that if it happens all the time, it loses its value, and there is a certain truth in that. An overtaking manoeuvre that may happen once or twice in a season but is crucial to the World Championship adds excitement. It's much more meaningful. But you do want to see some racing. But it never stays the same, you know. Formula One always throws up unexpected events. It always throws up special races. You know, you get a patch, you get 3 races on the trot maybe that's not that exciting, then something happens, something strange happens. And it's impossible for anyone to stay at the top. I mean, look at McLaren, they're not exactly dominant. At one time, they won nearly every race in the championship.
All twists and turns in your average Brookside script.
Dark clouds.
Yes, although it's only reading 38%, that 38% has risen steadily from, what was it, 32 or something when we started, and the track temperature is going down, which it does when the cloud comes across the sun. And that would be great if you were trying to do a quick lap time in testing, because a cooler track helps you there. But it's no good if your tyres, as we discussed earlier, work better on a hotter track, which we think is the case for the Michelin tyres.
Now, most of these guys are super fit, but for those who have maybe not been pushing the weights or pedalling their bike as much as they ought to, a little cooler race will help them. Especially at the end of the race, it makes a big difference, doesn't it, how fit you are? I mean, whether you're still capable of pushing as hard as you were at the start of the race.
Yeah, and I think that Formula One's changed an awful lot. In the days when Nigel Mansell was driving, I don't think that many drivers did a lot of fitness training, and not to the extent that Michael Schumacher does. And I think now it's the norm for all drivers to spend every minute they have when they're not testing, going cycling or in the gym, and they're a healthy bunch by and large.
Away, and the temperature's rising again up to 29. So I think that the fear of rain has been confirmed, that Jordan Field it isn't going to. There you see a more bright sky just directly down the pit straight into the turn on the Castrol turn. And again, you get an idea of how much the climb up is to that. It doesn't look it when you're following a car, but from that long camera angle, you can see just how steeply it does climb up.
Yes, disappears up towards that first corner where massive grandstands and a huge viewing area up there.
And then you see that sort of tall thing, well, that's the camera angle, the cherry picker angle from the back of the grid. There's another one at the Castrol corner. That's where the old racetrack used to go around the back of the hill, which now is a major spectator viewing area, and then disappeared up into the hills behind the circuit.
This track, John, we used to see incident, didn't we, up into this the original first corner. 1987, there had to be 3 starts made to the Grand Prix because it just kept going wrong. There were incidents all the way, and it was only on the 3rd start they actually managed to keep it going.
Yes, it was. It was one of those Grand Prix you thought that was never actually going to get underway at all. And finally it did do, but it is a problem on the start. It perceptually is narrower, but in fact it's as wide as any racetrack. As Norbert Haag and Peter Sauber have a few words and wish each other the best. Probably saying, will you tell your blokes not to take mine off and I'll tell mine not to take your off. I suspect there's a bit of that in it somewhere.
Good battle in prospect between McLaren and Sauber here today. Looking at the track layout, you can see those 3 straights. The start-finish line, the F marking the first straight, then the second one, and the third one leading to the Gosa curve, and then the infield section, quite high-speed left-handers in that middle part of the track. Not much overtaking possible there. But those 3 straights, particularly the end of those, we do see overtaking taking place. It sometimes goes wrong. We're at the Remus curve right now, and this is where we've seen Coulthard run into Hakkinen, and we saw Michael Schumacher and Juan Pablo Montoya come together just last year. 3 minutes to go then to the start of the formation lap. The track beginning to clear now of people not directly involved with the car. Mechanics staying with those cars until the engines are fired up. And in the green countryside, we can look forward to this Austrian Grand Prix taking place. Rubens Barrichello will head them away Ralf Schumacher in second place. Michael Schumacher starting from the second row, first time this season, and he's alongside the man he's clashed with twice this year. That is Juan Pablo Montoya. Heidfeld and Raikkonen, former teammates, now battling for different teams. Massa and David Coulthard. Panis and Mika Salo. That Toyota looking to get into the points once again for the third time this year. Heinz-Harald Frentzen and Enrique Benoldi for Arrows, just ahead of the Renault of Jenson Button, and Alan McNish in the second Toyota with his best qualifying performance so far. Fisichella in the Jordan Honda, he needs points. Jordan and BAR both have not scored points in the season so far. Jaguar, well, Eddie's points from Melbourne now seem quite a long time ago. He could do with a first corner accident like they had in Melbourne, which allowed him to come through and score 2 points from the back of the field. Mark Webber and Alex Young, the chances of them getting into the points very remote, but they are racing here this weekend, unlike Barcelona, where the cars were withdrawn after wing failure. No such dramas for any of the cars this weekend, and we're into the final minute and a half now before the start of the formation lap.
Yes, they're just putting some ice down into those radiator ducts when they make this final lap. The cars will be started up, they'll go around, they'll come back, and of course those in the front of the grid have to wait quite some time, and the heat build-up under the engine covers is very rapid indeed. These engines run very little liquids, they don't run water, they run glycol in the radiators and in the engine cooling systems. So when they come onto the grid and they sit there for 30 seconds with the engines churning over maybe 8 to 10,000 RPM, heat build-up is extremely quick, so anything you can do to keep that down to a minimum before the lights finally go out and the Grand Prix gets underway is absolutely essential.
Engines fire up. Ross Brawn keeps a very close eye on both Ferraris. They start one behind the other, remember. Barrichello on pole on the outside of the track, the left as we look at it there. There he is, just being settled back down, the jacks removed, and Barrichello prepared to do battle with this man, Ralf Schumacher, on a scrubbed set of Michelins, ready to start from second position. Remember, these two had a battle in Malaysia where Rubens Barrichello led for quite a while in the early stages, but it turned out that Rubens was on a two-stop, Ralf was on a single stop, and it was Ralf who came through to take a fairly easy victory that day after Montoya and Michael Schumacher had their coming together at the first corner.
Yes, just at the back of the grid, Mark Webber's Minardi was getting a last-minute bit of attention from one of the engineers, so just under 10 seconds, 6 countdown to the final red light going out, then the cars will make their way around for this final lap. Watch for rubber being laid, particularly by Ralf Schumacher. Well, there is rubber being laid, and also Juan Pablo Montoya, both of the Williams on the right-hand side of the grid.
Yes, look at that, really lighting it up. One of the Jags, I think that was Irvine, yeah, putting a lot of rubber down.
Absolutely.
Mark Webber not getting away very well there. He does get away eventually, but there was certainly almost seemed to be a little glitch.
Well, I think Webber was having a problem either getting the car started or getting something functioning on the car, because just as the grid was being cleared, there was still a little bit of action around the back of Mark Webber's Minardi, and Mark slow off the grid. He'll be allowed to take his place on the grid because he did get away with the field, so no problem for the Australian, but nevertheless a stressful moment for Mark Webber and the Minardi team.
So, cars just weaving around to get a little bit more heat into the tyres. You're looking at Kimi Raikkonen. He starts from 6th position today, looking for what would be only his second finish of the 2002 season. Rubens Barrichello leads them round that infield section through the two left-handers. The formation lap won't take as long here as at other racetracks because it is a shorter lap, and therefore the teams perhaps rushing a little more quickly back to their pit boxes. There's Gerhard Berger returning to the Williams pit garage in preparation to watch the start of the race. Is this going to be a clean start? It is always very tight getting through that first corner. They have managed it in the past, but on other occasions there's been incident aplenty of cars flying off into the gravel trap. The early part of this season, it didn't seem we could get a start underway without some sort of incident. Let's see what happens. Juan Pablo Montoya, we will start from 4th place. Tom Walkinshaw expecting from his two drivers, Heinz-Harald Frentzen and Enrique Benoldi, who start 11th and 12th.
Yes, but Michael Schumacher, you saw, just scooted past Juan Pablo Montoya. Now Michael slowed right down. Montoya went past and put his hand in the air. Then Michael moves forward, does a sort of simulation start. Watch for Michael Schumacher at the start. There's a feeling from the McLaren team, Ron Dennis in particular, that Michael Schumacher may be on a low fuel load, and he might try to sprint between Ralf Schumacher and Rubens Barrichello into turn 1 and get the advantage and get the lead.
onboard camera with Juan Pablo Montoya. If you want to ride with Montoya at the start of this race, you can do that. Go to the onboard channel. But we will watch from all angles here on the Super Channel to try and determine exactly what is going to happen. On the right-hand side, as we look at it from the perspective of the first corner, it's Rubens Barrichello. On the left, it's Ralf Schumacher with Juan Pablo Montoya behind him. Watch out for Michael Schumacher coming from the second row. We're all set to go. The Austrian Grand Prix gets underway. Rubens Barrichello versus Ralf Schumacher. But Michael Schumacher makes a great start from the outside. And watch the McLarens coming up on the inside there. As the Sauber of Heidfeld slipping into third. And Massa, I think, going wide.
Massa went wide, and we look and see Massa will also...
Look at Michael, he's in second place, but Barrichello got the lead here. Battle Massa trying to now do battle with the Renault of Jenson Button. Oh, and Heidfeld still battling with the Williams of Montoya. Montoya, and there's more action. One of that's Frentzen off into the gravel.
Olivier Panis, and more confusion up at the back as they come out of that. Oh, there's Frentzen, punted off Olivier Panis.
Let us know. Let's get ready for a stop, boys.
Arrow's team preparing in case he has to come in, but what a messy first lap. Montoya's down in fifth. The Williams have both been beaten off the line effectively by that Sauber of Nick Heidfeld. What a great start for Nick Heidfeld into third place. Then it's the two Williams, then it's the two McLarens. And look at this battle going on as Button tries to come back at Felipe Massa.
Jenson Button doing a great job as Pedro de la Rosa, who also was involved up in turn one, creeps back to the pits, but Jenson Button really fired up right now.
Barrichello already coming under pressure from teammate Michael Schumacher. Look at this. Barrichello seeing that other Ferrari filling his mirrors as they come up towards turn one. Michael does not want to be held up right over the curb on the exit of the corner.
Made a mistake in turn one. Again, look at that just behind Heidfeld. That was Ralf Schumacher round wide. He kicked up the dust behind the Sauber.
Yes, he did indeed, and that could cause him problems. The two Ferraris come through, and in fact, no, it was Heidfeld who made a mistake there, John, and it's in fact he's dropped back, and Ralf Schumacher's gone ahead of Nick Heidfeld. So, people having problems at that first turn. Nick Heidfeld's undone all the good work he did. Heidfeld had a great start. He was on the outside, and that line really worked. People on the inside seem to struggle a little bit.
Yes, people tend to dive to the inside. They think they protect themselves. They leave the outside open. The danger of going around the outside is those on the inside, as they blend back out onto the racing line, can get trapped by the car coming around the long way.
This was Montoya from that dirty side of the track, and that was Heidfeld trying to come up round him, and on the inside he had the McLaren there also coming through. I think that was Raikkonen. Yes, it was. Montoya then sneaked through because Raikkonen went wide, pushing Massa even wider, and Ross Brawn was pretty happy about the way the start went from the Ferrari point of view.
And this is where all the problem began. You see this, the BAR diving up the inside.
Yeah, he was on the grass.
That was Villeneuve.
It was Villeneuve on the grass coming up and just punted Frentzen out of the way, and I don't know what Villeneuve was trying to do there, but he was way offline.
It was just plain stupid. Villeneuve frustrated all weekend. He spat the dummy, and there we see the two BARs now coming down into turn one. Villeneuve certainly going past his teammate. Again, maybe Villeneuve on a very low fuel load to try and get further up the field.
Benoldi's in the pits as Coulthard and Raikkonen do battle. And Coulthard in sixth place ahead of Kimi Raikkonen, who got squeezed out at the start, remember. And this battle going on, Panis in 14th, Villeneuve is 15th. Ahead of them is Jarno Trulli. The two McLarens, look at this. They are absolutely hammer and tongs at the moment in the fight for sixth place. Bernoldi in the pits having a front wing replaced. There he is at the moment. So, Arrow's not having a good first lap at all. Frentzen got punted out, and Bernoldi also had contact somewhere along the line.
And there's another, at the same Jaguar it is. Pedro de la Rosa makes his way back. It's taken him over a lap to make half the lap of the circuit. But we've also seen Kimi Raikkonen trying to regain that sixth place from David Coulthard, getting very loose under braking up on the Gosser curve.
Barrichello 2/10 faster than Schumacher on that lap. Ralf Schumacher and Juan Pablo Montoya third and fourth, and Nick Heidfeld kicking himself. Oh, and it's bad news indeed for Bernoldi. He's out of the car altogether. And apparently the front brake pipe got fractured in that incident, and therefore he cannot continue. Look at this, Villeneuve
goes past Trulli.
Yeah, he's died. Oh, has he gone wide again? Yes, he has. Can't get it back in time, and he might be
Olivier
past.
Panis now going to get a run on his teammate as they come up the hill. Watch Panis and Villeneuve. Will they both stay on track? I suspect Villeneuve's trying to squeeze Panis. Panis cannot, he's wisely. There's something with Jacques Villeneuve. He's got ants in his pants today because he punted people off into this turn at the first lap. Now running almost with his teammate trying to get back after that error from Villeneuve in the turn 1.
Michael Schumacher initially closed the gap to Rubens Barrichello, but it's now opened up very slightly once again. The gap back increasing to Ralf Schumacher in third. On that last lap, the Ferraris were over a second faster than the Williams.
Yellow flag, but that's because of Pedro de la Rosa coming so slowly. He's now safely in the pit lane. That light will be taken out. Well, it should be taken out. There it goes.
So the yellows are withdrawn at those last 2 corners. Barrichello, race leader. Michael Schumacher chases in second. And look at the gap back to Ralf. 7 seconds from Barrichello. Back on board with Villeneuve. He's the one to watch here today. And he's coming up behind Jarno Trulli once again. He got past him last time, remember? And he's got to try and do it again.
He's got a light fuel load. He's probably got a fairly low downforce. He can pull up, but again, wisely decides not to try. Trulli was aware of what was going on behind him this time. And this time Villeneuve decides, I'll back off. He'll have a punt up the hill, up into turn 2 as we go back to Michael Schumacher behind race leader Rubens Barrichello.
Michael Schumacher runs in second place on the last lap. It was a 1:11.1 from Barrichello, or 1:11.0 from this man, Michael Schumacher, but the fastest Williams, a 1:12.4, a full 1.4 seconds slower on 1 lap than Michael Schumacher, and that's an astonishing difference. It might well indicate the Williams are running very heavy, but I can't believe that Ferrari haven't put a lot of fuel on board their cars as well, and therefore they really do have a great advantage in the early stages.
Well, you certainly can see from just the body language of both these Ferraris, they are in a different world, in a different race. They've got speed, they've got bite, they've got control, they've got balance in a corner. Michael pushing very, very hard. Rubens Barrichello now the fastest race lap, 1:10.8.870, and his battle with Michael Schumacher.
Villeneuve, look at this. He has to get out of this corner well to challenge up towards the Castrol curve. It's where he passed Trulli before. Now he's got a great run on him.
He's on the inside, coming up into turn 1. He can maintain it if he doesn't overshoot it again. Is that a blow up?
That's McLaren.
It is Kimi Raikkonen.
Again. Kimi Raikkonen again is a non-finisher. I can't believe this man's record this year.
And there's little flames flicking from the rear of the car as Mario Illen of Ilmor, the man who's responsible for the design and manufacture of these Mercedes-Benz engines, looks in disbelief. And Kimi Raikkonen, just speaking to the team, takes the steering wheel off, climbs out. And of course he must replace the steering wheel. It is mandatory to do so as the marshals dump some of that extinguisher back on the back of the car. But Kimi Raikkonen race over at the beginning of the 6th lap.
He rushes across the track and will make his way back to pit lane, but the Austrian Grand Prix is all over. Quick hurdle over the Armco barrier, and he's getting very used to this, not making it to the end of a Grand Prix.
Well, here are 2 old mates together. This is the pass. Villeneuve did it to perfection. He got the drive off the A1 corner, came alongside Trulli, coming up into the braking zone, was in position ahead of them before they got on the brakes, no problem. But further ahead it may be a bigger problem because it's Mika Salo in the Toyota, and Mika Salo's got plenty of straight line squirt with his V10 power. There's the blow up from Kimi Raikkonen, that went off. Well, fireworks haven't been any better than that.
That was a big cloud of smoke from the back of Kimi Raikkonen's car. Villeneuve now in 12th. In fact, the next one he's first got to deal with is McNish. Salo's a little further up the order. And here it is. This is Villeneuve versus McNish coming down into the Remus curve. Villeneuve must, oh, he's gone sideways, gets out of shape. McNish gets back again, and Jacques has to do it again. He just can't quite judge the braking at the moment.
Well, I don't know what Jacques had for breakfast, but for sure he's well wired up. He's got a car that's very quick in a straight line, and that's what's giving him the option and the chances to pass. But of course, you've got to slow the car down for the corner, and that turn 2 has been a problematic corner all weekend. In fact, since this A1 ring was introduced back in '97. There again we see McNish gives him plenty of room, very wise. Allen didn't try to challenge or defend, he let him go, made the mistake, and then McNish just cuts back behind. And now Massa's in trouble, Felipe Massa.
Yeah, something, has he got a puncture or?
I don't know, it's difficult to tell. We saw the car, something looked like it was wobbling on the car as he came through the Berger curve. But the Sauber team now preparing for a very unexpected stop from Felipe Massa.
Here comes Villeneuve again. He's attacking McNish up towards the first corner. Late on the brakes this time. Will he get through without running wide? Yes, this time he does it right, as he did to Jarno Trulli on the previous lap. You're looking back, Honda power versus Toyota power along this next straight. And look at the Toyota. Look how it closes back up again. McNish will have another go at getting down the inside. Probably sensibly with Villeneuve in his current mood. He doesn't actually try last minute to lunge down into the corner.
Probably very wise. Villeneuve right now stay as far away from him as possible, But Villeneuve's the biggest mover and shaker of the afternoon. Started 17th, now up into 10th place.
Problems here, and we saw Massa struggling round. And it looks as though it's over. You could be right, John.
It's a hub. I think it looks like a hub suspension or something. It may have been contact occurring in that first turn because a real mess. But look again, this is Jacques Villeneuve coming down pit straight. Just gets the run on Alan McNish. Clearly Villeneuve's car on a very, very light fuel load. And Villeneuve making the best of it. But then as they go back up the hill on the exit of turn 1, up the hill, you can see how strong the Toyota is. It was able to pull back, almost get alongside Villeneuve's BAR Honda.
So I wonder if the damage to the back of this car was anything to do with all that first lap action that was going on. Our two race leaders, 8 laps completed. Rubens Barrichello heads teammate Michael Schumacher, and the two of them have pulled a full 13 seconds ahead of Ralf Schumacher. Montoya's 6 seconds behind his own teammate in 4th. Heidfeld is then some 5 seconds further back in 5th. Coulthard 6th, Sarlo 7th in the Toyota. Jenson Button in a good 8th, Fisichella 9th, and Jacques Villeneuve 10th.
And then this is going to turn into a real finishers race because 3 potential points finishers. Felipe Massa, Kimi Räikkönen, and even Enrique Benoldi in that Arrows. It's always felt that the Arrows, given a good run, could potentially make its way up into maybe 5th, 6th place. They're all out. And now you've got Sarlo in 7th, Button in 8th, Fisichella in the Jordan showing well in 9th, and he's now going to come under attack from Jacques Villeneuve. And that'll be the first time we see the battle of the two Honda-powered chassis here this weekend.
So look at the gap, the two Ferraris. Can you even see 3rd place, man? Well, you can, but he's an awfully long way away. That is Ralf Schumacher in the Williams BMW, who is in 3rd place, a full 15 seconds after only 9 laps. That's an astonishing performance from the Ferraris, and if they're running with a decent amount of fuel on board, that's pretty frightening for the rest of the competition.
But Ben, what's equally significant is that Ralf Schumacher is 6.1 seconds ahead of Juan Pablo Montoya, and then he's got a further 6 seconds advantage over Nick Heidfeld in 5th place.
Nick Heidfeld, the main loser, made that mistake. What a shame that was. He made a brilliant start, moved up into 3rd, made a mistake that dropped him back down to 5th. Now he must consolidate that 5th. Villeneuve on the attack of Fisichella here just a moment ago. And let's see, did he repeat the same as he did on McNish and Jarno Trulli into the Castrol curve? Fisichella fought him, but in the end had to give best to Villeneuve.
Well, I think that BAR Honda's running on an oily rag. There can be barely only vapor in the fuel tank. The speed that Villeneuve is running at and the way and the ease he's been able to pull out and pass people is only resulting in having a very, very low fuel load on board. As his team manager and former team principal Greg Pollock stands in the BAR garage watching the progress of Jacques Villeneuve, and having had a very and thoroughly depressing qualifying session where he just simply walked away and I think even avoided going into a debriefing, has turned up here this morning full of vim and vigour and aggressive driving, up to 9th place starting in 17th.
Yeah, good effort, but he could have done with getting past people without falling off the road a few times. We saw similar tactics from Jos Verstappen last year on a 2-stop, and he managed to actually get into 2nd place at one stage and then managed to score points. But you do need to get past people quickly if you're running light. And Villeneuve is doing it, but he's made a few mistakes along the way. Now, on board with Michael Schumacher, you can see how the lap times have varied and how the gaps varied over the last few laps. Michael Schumacher crossed the line. In fact, Barrichello's quicker on this lap.
Yes, Barrichello, new fastest race lap, 1:10.142. So the battle going on between these two Ferrari drivers certainly being allowed to be a battle. We don't see any indication or signs of interference from the team. And the fastest race lap last year was 1:10.8 from David Coulthard. So already on the 11th lap, that last year's fastest lap has been eclipsed by these two fighting Ferraris.
Now then, let's see what's happening with Jenson Button. He's got a couple of cars right ahead. That's Mika Salo, who's running in 7th, and David Coulthard, who's running ahead of him. There is Jenson Button. You see him, and behind him, bearing down on him, it's that BAR Honda of Jacques Villeneuve.
But one thing is clear, we know that the BAR Honda has got the legs of the Renault down the straight bits of the circuit. So Jenson Button will be getting messages. Certainly he'll see that large white BAR loom in his mirrors. He will be aware of Jacques being on the attack in every sense of the word, and he almost overruns the corner himself. That will give Villeneuve another opportunity just to draw into the Renault. And if we saw the camera shot from the circuit, we might just get an idea of now how close the BAR is to the Renault. Well, there's the shot, nowhere near close enough to attempt an overtaking manoeuvre, but maybe by the time they get through the final corner onto the start-finish straight, Villeneuve will be in position to yet again seek a further climb up the ladder.
Jacques Villeneuve then, former winner here at the A1 ring back in 1997, using what we think is a lighter car to move quickly up through the field, but needs to side through very quickly if he's to take advantage of this sort of tactics. Heading down towards the last two right-handers that complete another lap. This will be to complete lap number 12 for these cars as they battle over positions. 6th for Coulthard, 7th for Sarlo, Button in 8th, and Villeneuve currently 9th, but for how much longer?
Well, he's getting the draft. You can see him closing down to Button, but not close enough when they get to the braking zone. He's got to back off. It's important he doesn't overrun because he will lose the drive off the corners. We see Heinz-Harald Frentzen, who got knocked in that second corner incident. Frentzen recovering, but down in 16th place, just under half a second behind Eddie Irvine, who will be no easy job to find a way past.
No, and Frentzen must be fuming. They had such a good opportunity here today, but to be knocked into the gravel at the second corner, really putting the race into a completely different perspective for him, and now stuck, as you say, behind Eddie Irvine running 15th. Sato just ahead of them in 14th position. Behind Frentzen is Mark Webber, just 2.3 seconds off Frentzen, so that's he's holding on pretty well at the moment.
Interestingly, Villeneuve's lap time is actually probably half a second a lap quicker than Jenson Button's, but of course he's now getting into the zone where if he can't continue that momentum, he's going to find it difficult. And I think now, having been stuck a lap behind the Renault driver, Villeneuve's progress may temporarily be held up. He's got to get closer to Button than he is when he comes out of this A1 curve to pick up the slipstream in the way he did with Trulli, but I think it's still marginal. He may have a pop down the inside, but he's putting himself vulnerable if he does so.
So Villeneuve not quite as close this time. Up behind Jenson Button's car through the first turn. Button just kicks up a bit of dust. And look at this, the leader's already coming around to lap Alex Young. He will be the first one to be passed by Rubens Barrichello, and an indicator of this shorter track length that by lap number 14, which is about to be completed, they're already lapping the back markers.
Well then, the reason is that Rubens and Michael are lapping 5.5 seconds a lap faster than we're seeing Alex Young, so multiply that by 14 and you get the difference in the lap time. It's just over 70 seconds as it is right now, so no surprises, but it's a surprise in reality that in 14 laps you're going to be lapped by the leader in a Grand Prix. That's something that always will be of interest to those who seek record statistics in the future.
Michael Schumacher now has the job of finding a way past the Malaysian in the Minardi, and well, he'll be relieved to be in this race after being withdrawn from the last. He gets out of the way, brakes early, and Michael Schumacher nips through comfortably, safely, no problem. Alex Young using the hydraulic power steering, or the power steering system on that car for the first time this weekend. Here is the move on Button from Villeneuve. Now, did he manage to hold on to it? I think he did.
Yes, he good. He came from a long way behind. But Button was on the brakes, Villeneuve was still on the throttle, and still Villeneuve got round the corner, so maybe Jenson, again, sometimes not showing aggression, certainly nowhere near the level of aggression that we've seen from Jacques Villeneuve. Now he's caught up to his mate, who I mistakenly thought was Mika Salo. It was Alan McNish. Now it is Mika Salo. Mika Salo, a much tougher personality and character than that of Jenson Button.
De La Rosa out of the race, sadly. We saw him limping around earlier on. Confirmation out of the race, and it's all over today for him. That's another non-finish. He's had a sequence of non-finishes now, the Spaniard in the second of the Jaguars. Back to the action on track, and Jacques Villeneuve hounding now Mika Salo. Salo running in a very competitive 7th place in the Toyota, their first season. They've scored points on 2 occasions. They'd love to do so again, but he mustn't do anything silly here with Villeneuve.
Honda power versus Toyota power, but probably more critically Michelin tyre versus Bridgestone tyre. So watch, Salo comes off the A1, Villeneuve right up his gearbox, close enough to get the slipstream, but has the Toyota power just got too much grunt? Well, Villeneuve's thinking about it. They had a look down the inside again. Don't overrun, otherwise you'll lose your momentum off the corner. Look at the way that Salo is able to pull away on the initial acceleration.
Oh, Frentzen has had a spin onto the start-finish straight, and
in front of the race leaders.
Whoa, oh dear, Barrichello and Michael Schumacher getting through safely. He's kept it running and gets away again. But that was a frightening moment for Barrichello.
I think it's probably more frightening for Frentzen as he saw 2 red Ferraris. Well, here's the reason he's battling with Eddie Irvine. That battle has been going on now for 3 laps. Let's see what Frentzen does. He turns in, lets the car run wide, the back catches the grass on the curb, and that's it. Loops it round, and that's just frustration because he's been trapped behind Irvine. in a car that is nowhere near as quick as the Arrows, but wasn't able to get it done.
Take a look from the onboard camera once again. These images showing you what it's like to be going backwards down the start-finish straight and having the Ferraris fly past you on the exit there. They're doing about 160 miles an hour. So Villeneuve now on the charge once again, trying to find a way past Salo, but he can't do it as yet.
And again, the VAR, you could see it moving around in the exit, the back stepping out, Villeneuve driving the car really like he would drive a go-kart. Again, looking for the slipstream, but again, Mika Salo has just got enough speed off that final corner to give him enough of a cushion to the braking zone. But now Villeneuve once again right, tucking himself, trying to get under the rear wing of the Toyota on the way up into the Remus curve.
He's not close enough, not unless he's going to be a real hero into that one. Salo does a good job there, judging the braking just right, gets a bit out of shape.
But yes, that's the out of shape that will have hurt Salo fractionally, will be enough to give Villeneuve a little bit of momentum. He will seek a way down the inside into that Gosser curve in the way he did with Jenson Button, but expect Salo to be less generous.
Well, the leader's up amongst other traffic now. Eddie Irvine is the next one that they'll be trying to find a way past. Takuma Sato is the yellow car ahead. That's the Jordan flashing through the picture. He currently runs in 14th place, and there the blue flags being waved vigorously at every station around the track. I'm sure that Irvine will let Barrichello through. There he is, quite easily, and Eddie has to suffer the ignominy of being lapped by the race leader on lap number 17.
Yes, but he did a good job. He stayed very tight on the exit of the Gosser curve. He allowed Barrichello to run out wide and take the racing line in the exit and not lose any momentum. Eddie again doing a good job with former teammate Michael Schumacher. Although he stays in the racing line, he backed off, made Schumacher go the long way around, but didn't really slow Schumacher down. Here we see race leader now lapping for the first time Takuma Sato, and Jordan's number 2 car goes 1 lap down.
So a blistering performance from the 2 Ferraris out front currently. Now Michael Schumacher will try and find a way past the Japanese driver. Sato looking for a race finish, more importantly than anything. His teammate Giancarlo Fisichella still running. He's in 10th position.
Ben, 27.8 seconds advantage Barrichello has over Ralf Schumacher in 3rd place. Let's assume that both Ferraris are on a 2-stop strategy. 28.5 seconds would be pretty comfortable in terms of coming in, refueling and getting back out again, should Ferrari choose to do 2 stops. If they're on a 1-stopper, well, the battle for this race is all about Ralf Schumacher and Montoya, not about the 2 Ferraris.
Absolutely. Well, Villeneuve still hounding Mika Salo. Pedro de la Rosa says that the problem with the Jaguar was a hydraulic problem. That's why they are out of the race with his car. Now look at Villeneuve here.
Good chance. You see him closer, pulls out. Can he get alongside? Yes, he does. But watch for the cutback from Mika Salo. Yes, Salo's trying to do it. Watch the speed of the Toyota up the straight. He's got the drive. Villeneuve now is going to go wheel to wheel. He will probably squeeze Salo on the way up the hill. Will Salo go down the inside? He's backed off. He's not going to challenge Villeneuve. He knows that this race, Villeneuve is, well, he's got tunnel vision and there's no room for anybody else alongside.
So delight in the BAR camp, but they need to see him gaining ground as quickly as possible. I wonder when he'll be coming into the pits. He must be surely running a lighter car, and whether we'll see him come in soon or not, we'll just have to watch closely down in pit lane. Now, behind Villeneuve, Button, of course, also looking for a way past Mika Salo. Villeneuve will now go chasing after David Coulthard, and the gap not that great. It's around 3 seconds between Villeneuve and David Coulthard. Coulthard currently running 6th, and that's the next one that he'll be trying to find a way past. Now the 2 Ferraris in action here. Next car they've got to get past is the Renault of Jarno Trulli. This shouldn't be too much problem as Jarno moves out of the way.
Yes, he does the right thing. He goes offline and lets Barrichello get through on the racing line. That is the correct way to do it. The main thing is not to impede the leading cars when they come behind you. They should not, in any sense, lose their momentum. Now Michael Schumacher is going to pay the compliment once again to Jarno Trulli as he slides past. And 2 Ferraris past the second of the 2 Renaults.
And they'll be coming up behind Alan McNish as they head up towards the Remus curve. The Ferrari team looking very comfortable. Another new lap record, a 1:9.896 for Rubens Barrichello. On that previous lap, they're just getting... Oh, and somebody's gone wide. I think it's Alex
Young, yes. In fact, both Minardis apparently are suffering from fuel vaporization problems now. Whether that was a cause or not, we don't know. But Alex Young running down in 18th, Mark Webber in 16th. And maybe that was the reason we saw Mark Webber on the grid, being very slow getting away on the parade lap, and then being slightly slow also away when the Grand Prix started. So fuel vaporization, something not so frequent these days, certainly not in a country with an ambient temperature of only 20 degrees.
Well, that ambient temperature, we thought would climb enough for the Michelin runners to be in good shape. But look at this. McNish now being lapped by both Rubens Barrichello and Michael Schumacher. The gap back to third place, Ralph, is 31 seconds after just 20 laps.
Well, Alex Jung came through the Rindt curve, looked at tons and tons of room, and then for some reason just got it all wrong, and we didn't really see why, whether it was the back of the car. I think he probably was slightly offline on the entry into the corner, and probably caught the dirty offline as we now see the best of the rest this afternoon.
Best of the rest is Ralf Schumacher here in third place, but he's been losing a second and a half per lap on average to the Ferraris up front, and there really doesn't seem to be much they can do about it. Last year the Williams were much more on the pace with the Ferraris, but that Ferrari 2002 car just seems to have taken the game several steps further forward, and Williams not quite in position. Great view this though. Watch the forces acting on Ralph's head under braking particularly. You can see the whole body, his whole body sink down under massive braking forces. Watch as he comes up towards the second turn at Remus here.
Well, the pretty massive forces up to 4G under braking. Also the lateral loads on the two left-hand corners on the inside of the circuit, generating very, very high G-forces. Puts enormous pressure on your neck and on your shoulders. As we go back to race leader, 32.4 seconds, Rubens Barrichello leads Ralf Schumacher in third place. And if they're going to make a pit stop, somewhere between laps 20 and 25 would be, my guess, for a two-stop strategy. Beyond 25, I can't think that they would be doing two stops.
Well, we'll wait and see exactly where they come into that battle, and we're watching closely at the moment. Jacques Villeneuve, we're just watching on the onboard camera. Of course, he's still closing up to that battle with David Coulthard. Nick Heidfeld is currently running in 5th position. So still plenty to watch out for here as Rubens Barrichello, our race leader, continues out front ahead of Michael Schumacher in second. On track B, you can keep an eye on Ralf Schumacher in third position, but he's fairly lonely there at the moment. 12.7 seconds ahead of his teammate Juan Pablo Montoya, who runs in fourth. 13 seconds ahead of Heidfeld in fifth, but only 2 seconds between Heidfeld and Coulthard, and only 1.5 seconds last time round between Coulthard and Villeneuve.
Well, not much activity in the Ferrari guys. They're all sitting back waiting for the ice creams and the potato chips to come around. They're sitting watching the Grand Prix, and whether this is all bluff, double bluff and whatever, but the fastest race lap has now gone to Michael Schumacher, 1:9.590.
There's an incident involving Jacques Villeneuve under investigation by the stewards, and I don't know which incident that would apply to, John, because this is Jacques Villeneuve, that is number 11, and he's been involved in a number of incidents. Oh, and that's Panis!
Yes, it looks like an engine failures on the straight. You can see suddenly the back end of the car locked up there, the skid marks. That looks like a pretty chronic, catastrophic engine failure as the BAR team dive all over their garages to do something about it. The car stranded in the middle of the track. And again, this could see the safety car being brought out.
Yeah, you see the orange dot at the top of the screen. That means the safety car is ready to be deployed. The yellow dot indicating, of course, the yellow flag there. But we wait to see whether the safety car... Yes,
and it is, yes,
double
indeed.
Orange means the safety car is being brought out. And the garage is all being made ready now, because this could be... well, everybody thrown into confusion. The Ferrari's lead, of course, absolutely massive, but the safety car now out there.
Well, that must have been one of the most scary moments Olivier Panis has ever had to deal with. In fact, Jacques Villeneuve is into the pits at the same time.
Barrichello into the pits as well.
As Michael, both Ferraris and Villeneuve. I mean, this has fallen right into the laps of Jacques Villeneuve. Ferrari on a two-stop strategy. Unless they hold that hose in, well, literally would have to be in for 12 seconds or longer to get enough fuel in. But I don't think they're going to stick to their basic strategy while that car is removed safely. Oh, look at this confusion. Ferrari, both cars coming in at the same time. Rubens Barrichello gets the benefit of being leading on the track. Now McLaren also preparing for David Coulthard to come in. 11.4 seconds for Michael Schumacher. 8.8 for Schumacher, 11.4 for Barrichello. Much less fuel went in for Michael Schumacher. Brand new sticker tyres on that Ferrari of Michael Schumacher as well.
But don't forget, they'll all have to line up behind the safety car, so time lost in the pits here.
But of course, lining up behind the safety car means with Michael, with maybe let's say 30 kilograms of less fuel, has got an opportunity when the race goes green again, to leapfrog ahead of Rubens Barrichello. This is the give and take I'd love to see what happened, but it looks to me as if there was something mechanical, either seized or a major blow-up, and Panis was thrown into a spin across the track. I don't think he had contact with the pit wall. He managed to get the car off the wall, but just you could see the flames from the back of the BAR Honda, and suddenly the car stopped in the middle of a straight with race cars behind him, approaching it at 180 miles an hour.
Well, the safety car has now picked up race leader Rubens Barrichello, and behind him the cars that have stayed out. The pit visitors so far have included Jacques Villeneuve, Takuma Sato as well, and Michael Schumacher, of course, closing up to the back of this little group. And Rubens Barrichello maintains the race lead despite that stop. They had such a huge lead over the rest. You could see that Ralf Schumacher is there, and in fact Ralf is ahead of Michael Schumacher, with Michael having made his pit stop.
And this is a big problem for Ferrari now, because I don't believe that either car can go the remaining distance, 47 laps, with the fuel they have on board. Ralf Schumacher on a one-stop, it's all come to Williams in a sense. Michael has got to get past Ralf. Ralf is not going to make it easy. Michael will have the advantage with having fresh tyres, but probably not dissimilar weight in terms of fuel on board. And it will all be about the restart of this race. Rubens Barrichello, of course, will have clear air ahead of him and will be able to sprint away. And Michael Schumacher is going to have to work magic to get past his brother. There it is, major blow-up. All of a sudden, back wheels locked. You can see Panis struggles to control the car, and there we see the flame out as the vapors just ignited against the exhaust pipe. And that's principally oil and hydraulic fluid that will be on the exhaust pipe. But look, Olivier Panis came within, what, 3 feet, and then suddenly flame from the back of the BAR.
Bits and pieces all over the place as
Shrapnel,
well.
that is, Ben. That's bits of titanium conrods and crankshaft and block and goodness knows whatever else.
So a very sensible decision to bring out the safety car, get that car out of the way, and to clear up, probably more importantly, all those little bits of metal that were deposited on the start-finish straight. Rubens Barrichello leads then around behind the safety car. Ralf Schumacher is now in second place behind 2 lapped cars as they follow that safety car around. We've got Mark Webber and Heinz-Harald Frentzen there.
Yes, indeed, and getting past Frentzen. Well, it's a race. Frentzen would be, I don't know if he's a lap down or not. In fact, he is a lap down. So, in theory, he will be given the blue light as soon as Michael gets underway. And this is the view that Michael Schumacher has. He's got 2 cars between where he is on the track and Rubens Barrichello.
So, a very interesting situation. I have to say, Ferrari did a pretty good job of reacting at very short notice there to get both cars in.
I don't think they had any choice, but they had to bring them in, and they had to pay the penalty of being Michael in second, because they had to use the safety car situation at the most optimum point. And of course, well, I don't know how much fuel they had on board. They may have been very close to their personal limits in terms of capacity to do another lap or 2 laps, but well, if Michael had come in once this daisy chain had begun, he would have filtered back in much further down. They had no choice but to bring him in where they did.
We're about 10 laps away from the half distance marker in this race, and those people who are making one stop are quite likely to go way beyond that half distance mark anyway before they come into the pits. Barrichello is our race leader, and we're on board with Michael Schumacher as we wait for the track to be completely cleared up. That car of Kimi Raikkonen's is still out there. I think they'll probably leave that where it is. It's not in a particularly dangerous position as Ross Brawn talks to his drivers, and they work out the plan for the next stint of the race.
It's actually 3 cars, but the most critical one, of course, will be Ralf, and that's going to be the difficulty that Michael's got. He's got to be right on the case when the safety car comes in. Of course, you're not allowed to overtake until you go across the start-finish line, and that again is a penalty when you are not in position, and this is going to be a difficult job for Michael Schumacher, and I suspect Ralf will show true steel and character and make life as difficult as possible for bigger brother.
So the safety car continues round, the yellow flags indicating that the safety car is still on track, and Barrichello, we're just waiting to see the lights go out on the safety car, and when that's happened we will be all set for the start. In fact, the safety car is due to be coming in. There we are, the lights go out, and they will restart this time around. It will be on the completion of lap number 27. Bert Mailander hustling the safety car through those sequence of bends as quickly as possible. rumbling away, and now we're all set for things to get underway. Michael Schumacher will no doubt be aggressive here as he tries to get past brother Ralph.
But he can only attempt it once he's gone across start-finish line.
So the two-stop race for Ferrari, a bit of a surprise, but certainly explains their initial pace, but they still probably have the advantage. Here we go, Barrichello back on the power hard as they come out of the last few corners. That's sensible because he knows those slower cars won't quite keep the pace, but they can't be overtaken until they come up really to this first corner. There isn't much opportunity, and Ralf Schumacher slotting in behind, trying to stay ahead of his brother Michael. This is the battle then, as Ralf Schumacher himself tries to get past Heinz-Harald Frentzen.
Well, Ralph was doing two things. He was defending Michael, but he's also trying to get past Frentzen before they got into turn one. He's done the smart thing. He got ahead of Frentzen, and oh, look at this! Cyber into the side of the Jordan.
Straight into the side of Takuma Sato's Jordan.
Unbelievable. That's a huge impact right just behind where Takuma Sato sits in the car. And that is Nick Heidfeld. It looked to me like he had a throttle stick or something. The car came up the inside of the track at an undiminished speed, spun and went sideways full on into the side of Takuma Sato's Honda. Massive hit in the side of the Jordan.
The safety car obviously deploys straight away, the two orange lights.
Brooks at the end of this lap, Giancarlo. Brooks at the end of this lap, you've got a safety car.
And we'll see some
and the
more.
medical car also will be coming out. And we see the safety car waiting behind for the medical car to attend to Takuma Sato, and that was a massive hit in the side. I mean, we need to watch again what caused that. We saw the Sauber coming up on the right-hand side of the track, virtually out of control before he got to the braking zone, and all of a sudden, let's watch again, watch the car on the right, left of your screen. Here it comes.
Well, there might even have been a bit of contact
with David Coulthard.
Yeah, there might have been a bit of contact with Coulthard. He was dicing with Coulthard coming into the corner. There might have been a touch there, which pitched Heidfeld into a spin. And that was a frightening accident, a huge impact. The other teams now choosing this moment, some of them to come in. Coulthard comes into the pits, and we're waiting to see whether either of the Williams come in. They haven't done as yet. The medical car makes it out to the corner. Professor Sid Watkins, part of the team, of course, the man who leads the medical part of the FIA, and the
good news, Ben, is Takuma Sato's head. You can see him nodding as the doctors go through a series of questions, and can you feel whatever it is? So they just take their time. There's no rush. The most important thing is to make sure that the driver is stabilized before any attempt would be required. Remember now the Lear seat that is a part of Formula One. The seat belts and seat will be lifted out as one, so as the driver can be removed safely as possible and get him down to the medical centre. But that was a massive, massive impact in the side of the Jordan. I mean, a most unusual accident, but we need to wonder what happened between David Coulthard. Nick Heidfeld doesn't know what the heck happened to him. All of a sudden, he found himself coming into the braking zone. There must have been some contact or other, front wheel, rear wheel, that threw the car, because it looked as if Heidfeld's car was almost semi-flying as it came up the inside. He was not in control. He had no chance of slowing the car down. Sideways all the way up, and just massive rear-end impact into the side of the Jordan. But the strength, the construction of these men. Look at the car again. Watch. There's Sato's yellow car. There's some form of contact now. Oh,
absolutely
horrendous.
Massive,
absolutely horrendous.
Massive accident straight into the side pod of Takuma Sato's car. And that was the reaction from inside the Williams pit. A frightening looking accident. No one likes to see that from any team.
But one of the Williams had just gone through. I mean, it could have been a Williams involved. Fortunately for Williams, it was not. Tragically for Jordan, it has been a big, big impact for the Japanese driver. Only in his 6th Grand Prix. And here, sitting in the car, receiving all the attention on the FIA medical team, headed by Professor Sid Watkins, who's been around since 1978. There you can see Sid Watkins is back to us and administering all their medical care and attention that can be given to the driver at this moment.
Into the pits then for the Renault, and we'll wait to see if Jarno Trulli comes out safely. 9.8 seconds stop for him. Came in from 6th position. The Williams team waiting. They're not doing anything for Ralf Schumacher or Juan Pablo Montoya. They have not made their stops yet.
Well, there's a big lock-up. One of the Minardis locks up, and I wondered, did maybe Coulthard jump on the brakes, and did that catch Heidfeld completely unexpected? Fortunately, nothing looks to have hit Sato above the level of the cockpit. All the impact was just literally behind the back of Takuma. So here's the other view, big lock up there. Suddenly,
I wonder if it was because he reacted. I'm not sure he did hit Coulthard.
But there you see the Williams just going through. Literally,
yeah, that was Montoya. He only just missed it. Montoya, I mean, there was debris everywhere, and he only just missed it, Montoya. And I don't know, I wonder whether he hit Coulthard or whether he saw the lock-up that Alex Young did in the Minardi, and whether he hit the brakes suddenly and the thing swapped ends. I don't know why the car would have swapped ends on him quite so quickly, unless there was, unless he just did touch the back of Coulthard's car. He looks pretty shaken, Nick Heidfeld.
Yes, I think Nick Heidfeld's had first of all, he's very shaken. Secondly, he's had a huge accident. I mean, a racing car at that speed, I mean, he would have been doing 190 miles an hour when that all started to go wrong. And racing cars, when they're doing that speed in the track and control, look very easy to drive. When something goes wrong, as it did for Nick Heidfeld, whatever the cause, and hopefully we'll get some reason for that a little bit later on in the broadcast, all of a sudden, out of control, kinetic energy takes over, and it is just simply one of the most frightening experiences for anybody.
Jenson Button coming into the pits this time around, so the Englishman...
Second as the first stop, in fact, for Button.
Yes, first stop for Jenson. Jarno Trulli has been in a moment ago, and he had moved up because of Trulli making his stop, but it's now time for the Renault to make its stop. You got the view here, great view as the fuel hose goes on board. That thing weighs about 65 kilos. That's about as heavy as quite a few of the Formula 1 drivers, lightweights, and as they are. And Button gets away safely, 9.2 seconds. The stop, and away he gets out of the pit lane once again, of course, to join the queue behind the safety car.
Yes, good work by the Renault team, and Mark Webber was also in the pits, and he's also gone back out as the field follows around behind the safety car with the medical. Again, we look at this big lock-up from Mark Webber, or the Minardi. I'm not sure whether, I mean, certainly looking at the closeness that Nick Heidfeld was.
Look how close Montoya was.
I mean, it's just, I mean, no wonder the Williams team just looked in shock horror. I mean, that was within, well, millimetres.
And the whole back of the car around, look at it disintegrating around Takuma Sato's head, basically, although, as you say, the main impact was taken in by the side pod.
It's below shoulder level. And again, the strength of the monocoques.
Of course, nowadays, John, the side impact test on these monocoques has improved massively in recent years. It's one of the major things that has been looked at in terms of safety. The side impact test that these monocoques go through before they're allowed to race is absolutely massive now.
Yes, and it's not just you have one chassis that goes and does the test, and then you build all your others, about 50% as strong. They all now have to be homologated. And I think that the level of safety that Formula One has introduced in the last sort of 8 years has risen the level of safety. An impact of that nature, the speed at which the Sauber was going, clearly in excess of 100 miles an hour when that impact occurred with Takuma Sato's Jordan.
So safety car leads them around. Rubens Barrichello is weaving around, just trying to keep the tyre temperature up. Ralf Schumacher follows him. Frentzen, then Michael Schumacher, Montoya, the two Toyotas still in the queue. And as they sort themselves out, the Salo and McNish, they haven't stopped yet, so they're running 5th and 6th on the road now. Coulthard 7th, Fisichella is running 8th, and then it's Villeneuve 9th. Now, I think we've just learned something about Jacques Villeneuve.
Yeah, Jacques had a drive-through penalty for an incident on the first lap, and that was clearly up into the turn. We've just been watching all this going on. This is, of course, the incident with Nick Heidfeld when he loses control of his Sauber behind. He's almost, in fact, he's actually beside David Coulthard. He must have stood in the brakes or something. You can see the rear brakes locked as he hit them. Then the parallel lines from the front brakes come on. Cars on the grass, very little chance of him slowing down. Montoya somehow, I mean, I'm sure Montoya wondered what it was, went past him. Unfortunately, Takuma Sato on the outside of the corner was clobbered right, literally mid-ships. But that incident was for Villeneuve at that turn 2 on the opening lap, when he seemed to be responsible for Heinz-Harald Frentzen making a trip into the gravel.
A sickening looking accident, but as you say, Sato we could see moving around talking to the doctors on the scene. Let's just hope that the Japanese driver is not too badly hurt in this incident after one of the biggest impacts we've seen in Formula One, certainly as a sideways impact for a long time. But as I say, the new rules, the requirements nowadays for these monocoques and what they have to withstand before they're allowed to race, just phenomenal. And this really showing the strength of a modern Grand Prix car. The fact that the whole thing hasn't just split in half. We saw that some years ago, many years ago in Formula One. An accident like that would literally have split the car in half. but the car has retained its integrity all in one piece, and they are now lifting Sato out in that that whole seat piece that comes out in one piece.
Of course, one of the other great advances in Formula One design is that, again, in the older days, there may well have been a fuel fire. Again, the way that all the fuel lines, the oil lines, are manufactured, and the dry brake mechanisms that operate prevented any fuel spillage or oil spillage that could have caused a small fire or even something more serious.
Mika Salo comes into the pits then. He was running in 5th place, and he now comes in for his pit stop. Fuel goes aboard, and away he goes, 11.4. So these guys refueling for long enough, it should be, to make it to the end of the race, many of them, as we see Sato stretchered away.
Well, he will be taken to the medical centre in the paddock and will receive whatever attention is felt necessary, and if he needs to be taken then to the nearest local hospital for whichever specific injury he may be suffering from. Again, part of the responsibility of the FIA delegate, medical delegate, is to ensure that in the locale of the circuit, the best orthopedics, neurological and burns units are on standby. And Eddie Jordan, well, what an awful season Eddie Jordan and his team have been having, and just to have it compounded by an incident like that. Sato, totally innocent party in a very serious accident.
Yeah, Sato was just keeping his nose clean today. He was doing a good job, hadn't made any mistakes, and that was exactly what Jordan need. They need 2 solid finishes. They need points as well, but just to get the cars to the end would have been good today. No mistake from Sato's point of view, and that must have been a huge shock to him. He had no idea. He would never have been able to see that car coming towards him with the full-face crash helmet on. He wouldn't have had much side vision. That car would have just suddenly arrived in the side of his Jordan.
I mean, Ben, the only way I can describe that, it was like a small aircraft having an accident. It came out of nowhere, and for Takuma Sato, wouldn't have, in his eye line, wouldn't have even seen it. He probably only, the first thing he realised was when he was having this massive impact on the right-hand side of the car, and the consequent discomfort.
So the medical team have been incredibly efficient as ever, and Sato will be at first taken to the medical centre, which is fully kitted out for all emergencies, and then, as you say, John, if necessary, they will helicopter Takuma Sato to the hospital designated for any injuries that he may have suffered in that accident. And let's just wish Takuma well. He's in his first season of Grand Prix racing. He's had a bit of an up and down time, but he's been great to watch. A brilliant driver, probably the best Japanese driver we've seen so far in Formula One, even though it's only early in his career.
Well, a problem on the left rear for Alan McNish. You can see the team. Oh, and he goes and stalls it on top of it all. The only good news is, Ellen, the safety car is still out, so the team will get it fired up, get you back out again. As time gets the revs, and away she goes. Ooh, and there we see the ambulance, which will now take Takuma Sato to the medical centre. That's one of the small access roads around the rear of the gravel traps. All circuits must have that again to give access to medical and to any vehicle removal machinery that is necessary.
33 laps have been completed, 38 laps remain. We're not quite at the half-distance mark in a race that has certainly shown up a lot of incidents and action in recent laps. We saw the engine blow up for Olivier Panis, which brought the first flurry of pit stops, the first safety car period, after Rubens Barrichello and Michael Schumacher had been disappearing up the road in the Ferraris. Well, it looks as though they were on a 2-stop strategy, but even so, they had pulled out a massive lead very comfortably over the 2 Williams, and the Williams have not stopped. Of all the lead cars, the 2 Williams are now the only lead runners not to have made a pit stop as yet. So Williams going for a different strategy to everybody else, and hoping that it's going to work from their perspective. Coulthard throwing off little bits of rubber, I think, just off his car as he weaves around to maintain some tyre temperature.
Yes, there's a lot of rubber around the edges of the circuit, and of course that build-up or pick-up on the tyre does not help your grip, and you want to get rid of that. Now that we see the ambulance making its way down, it's still got a long way to go. It's only halfway around the circuit. This is up at turn 3, the Gosser turn, and the ambulance being driven back very, very cautiously indeed, trying not to add to the discomfort of Takuma Sato as he's being transported to the medical unit in the pits.
Of course, the medical team will always be very concerned about any back or neck injuries, and will tend to keep the driver immobile until they can get him to X-ray and really check thoroughly for any problems that there may be. So always extreme caution taken, and they will take him back very carefully to the medical centre.
Well, we're on the 35th lap of a 71-lap Grand Prix. We're almost at half distance, and we've yet to see Ralf Schumacher and Juan Pablo Montoya. They're the only two cars remaining in this race that have yet to stop, and I don't think they're going to want to stop too early, although I don't know how much further they can go. Possibly they can get to, well, they should be able to. David Coulthard went to lap 50 last year, so one's assuming that the Williams has got the capacity to go into the middle 40s or even the high 40s, and that has changed beyond imagination the total complexion of this race. But there, Suisi Montoya just running behind.
Another look at this.
Another look. The back wheels locked, then suddenly the front wheels, you see them locked. Now is that brake dust coming?
It is brake dust,
yes,
I think, John, but it's hard to know what actually made the car swap ends initially. I mean, it could have been a brake problem, it could have been a mechanical problem, perhaps. It really didn't look, after looking at it again, that he made any contact with Coulthard.
No, he was, in fact, he was at parallel to Coulthard. Coming up, he was going to attempt to outbrake Coulthard by being on the inside. You've seen that from some of the other camera angles. But suddenly, when he hit the brakes, it was the rear brakes that locked big time, and that's what threw him into that spin. And then, of course, the front brakes, as he pushed the brake pedal even harder, caused the front ones to lock. And then, of course, once that was the situation, as we all know, if you lock brakes, you lose steering control, whether you're going sideways, forwards, or backwards.
So the safety car will be in at the end of this next lap. They're just going across the line now. That's 35 laps completed. We are, well, halfway around this lap. We'll be at exactly half distance, and the race will restart at the end of this lap. The safety car's lights will go out. Barrichello will be ahead of Ralf Schumacher, and Michael Schumacher will be determined to find a way through. And look, the only drivers that have not stopped yet are the two Williams drivers.
Yes, so just looking at that shot, that looking down towards turn 2, the black marks start with Heidfeldt's car at about the 100-meter board. Now that's where the cars would brake normally when in a qualifying or a low fuel configuration with fresh tyres. Certainly Heidfeldt was late in the brakes. Heidfeldt was trying to put a pass on David Coulthard, and just the combination of elements, and suddenly seeing the Minardi lock up big time may well have just been almost just too much, and Heidfeldt was too strong on the brakes, which caused the car to go out of control. Then, of course, the events then unfolded, and Heidfeldt was just a passenger.
Peter Sauber must be very concerned, of course, about Nick Heidfeldt as well. Nick was cleanly out of the car, but looked very, very shaken after that accident. Heidfeldt obviously denied an opportunity today for what could have been a good result, and it's all gone wrong for Sauber, and it's all wrong for Jordan as well, as they will obviously be awaiting for news as to how Takuma Sato is. As soon as we get any news, we will let you know. In the meantime, let's get ready for the restart of this race, as Rubens Barrichello really working those tyres hard, weaving around as much as possible to build up tyre temperature as we get ready for them to apply full power once again. The safety car's accelerated away and now comes into the pit lane, and it's now down to Rubens Barrichello to control the pace and decide where he applies the power, where he gets onto it and tries to draw away from Ralf Schumacher.
But again, Michael Schumacher has to wait until they all go across the line before he can put an attack on his brother. You can see Ralf looking in his mirrors to check how close Michael was. Michael will not want to get too close coming into turn 1, but he wants to be in position to use the benefit of the grip off turn 1 and try and accelerate up the hill, but nothing in the horsepower between BMW and Ferrari. It'll come down to tyre wear and tyre grip.
These two have had their incidents together before, and in fact at this track they've had a little bit of bumping and boring, Ralf and Michael, in the past. Let's wait to see what happens. Michael Schumacher will no doubt select his moment, and you have to say the Ferrari has the performance edge, and on a relatively fresh set of tyres compared to Ralf Schumacher, who has not yet stopped. Remember, the Ferraris came in a little while ago.
Then this is the reason why Michael and Ralf will never ever drive in the same team, because one of them will have to lose. Be it Ralf or Michael, we're going to see something we don't get to see too regularly, and that is a battle between the Schumacher brothers.
Further back we can see Alex Young. He's still running. He's down in 13th position. Right behind him, the two Toyotas, having made their stops, they've dropped down now to 11th and 12th positions. Here we go, Michael Schumacher trying to line up Ralf Schumacher for the pass, maybe into turn 1, or perhaps set it up for turn number 2.
I don't think Michael's got any advantage. He ought to have grip advantage, but he's got no advantage on fuel. He'll be carrying at least the same, maybe, well, in fact, he will have more fuel than Ralf will have, so one offsets the other. Ferrari can do nothing, and of course Michael's momentum is being lost, and it's letting Rubens Barrichello draw away. Barrichello 1.5 seconds ahead of Michael in third.
Oh, and Michael overshot the corner.
He's so keen to try and get on terms with his brother, but no chance here at the moment.
Not so far, but look at this, McNish now making a move and getting past Mark Webber and moving up into 12th place. Salo already up into position and now going chasing after the next car on their list. There's to try to move back up into the top 10, but Barrichello, race leader, and using this opportunity to pull away from teammate Michael Schumacher.
Well, it's a race of unpredictable outcomes so far. We've seen what Ferrari did. They just sprinted off into the distance. They showed their hand when that safety car had to come out for Olivier Panis, and then when that incident was over, we had the safety car withdraw, and then that terrible incident up at turn 2. So Ferrari's plans, even the strategies that the war games that Ferrari go through, probably has never thought of it as being as wild as this.
Villeneuve still on a charge. Look at him, he's right behind David Coulthard. This is the battle for 5th position, and despite having to serve the drive-through penalty, he's still in a point-scoring position here. BAR Honda have not scored yet this year.
But Villeneuve will have to make another stop. David Coulthard, we think, might be able to go through on the fuel he has on board. Certainly, if we judge from last year, the McLaren has got plenty of fuel capacity. Villeneuve tigering all day as Eddie Irvine pulls in and retires the second Jaguar of the afternoon.
So both Jags go out, De La Rosa out early on, and now it's Irvine's turn on lap number 39. Job
Eddie
done.
he just walks away. Nav Sidar just walks up to him and says, give us the excuse, and I think Irvine probably said it in as few words as possible.
Montoya still holding on to 4th place. There's the battle for 5th. David Coulthard versus Jacques Villeneuve. Jenson Button's going quite well. He's just set a quick sector time through the first sector. And in fact, Jarno Trulli as well, both of them running quickly.
Yeah, but it's the two Renaults that are trying to run down Giancarlo Fisichella running in 7th place. He was in 6th. Villeneuve's retaken that place. Fisichella down to 7, and Eddie Jordan and Ian Phillips on the pit lane in the Jordan team, just wishing and praying, first of all, for Takuma Sato that he's not injured, but secondly, that Fisichella can get one of those magic points just to get him off the 0.
Look at this, Villeneuve using every inch of track and a little more to hound David Coulthard up towards turn 2. This is where we've seen Villeneuve make a number of moves, and I wonder whether he's going to try something in a moment. We're looking at Michael Schumacher there, still trying to find a way past his brother Ralph, and as yet hasn't managed to do so.
The big question will come is when Ralph finally does go in for his one and only service of the afternoon, is how quickly can Michael sprint up to the back of Barrichello, and will we see any change of policy as Villeneuve has got past Coulthard?
Yeah, Villeneuve found a way. I think it was down into the 3rd corner. I don't think we'll have another look in a minute, but he's found a way past, and that puts Villeneuve now up into 5th position, and he will go chasing after Juan Pablo Montoya, who is some 3 seconds or so up the road in 4th position. Remember, neither of the Williams have stopped yet, and we're expecting the Ferraris and Jacques Villeneuve probably to have to stop again. Let's take another look at the passing manoeuvre.
Into turn 3, perfect position. Villeneuve did it right. He got the speed off turn 2, got up and alongside Coulthard. The only way you can really pass today in a Grand Prix car is to be alongside before you come into the braking zone. Trying to come a long way from behind only works if you're a very, very lightly loaded car with fuel and your competitors are not. And that's what we've seen Villeneuve pretty much do all afternoon.
Ralf Schumacher's pace not bad at all at the moment. A 1 minute 10.9 compared to 1 minute 10.8 for Barrichello. You know, Barrichello's not getting away as quickly as I thought he might do as team boss for Jordan walks up towards the medical centre. Eddie hopefully going to go and find out some news about Takuma Sato.
Yes, but of course remember that Barrichello has got 3 seconds worth more of fuel. That's weight, and that has an effect on acceleration, braking, to some degree on cornering and road holding. Nevertheless, Ralf Schumacher now able to run at the pace of Barrichello on tyres that have done some 40s to the 41st lap for those tyres. His fuel load will be lower than that, certainly of Barrichello, probably maybe slightly smaller than that of Michael as well. Pulling away from Michael.
Yeah, slightly. In the background you could just see Juan Pablo Montoya. A quick lap there from Barrichello again, a 1 minute 10.474, 1 minute 10.5 for Ralf Schumacher, and a 1 minute 10.8 for Michael Schumacher. Then it's Montoya, then it's Villeneuve, and Villeneuve some 4.8 seconds, in fact, slightly further back than I thought he would be, behind Juan Pablo Montoya. So he's got some work to do, Villeneuve, and on the last lap he did a 1:11.566, so I think he got a little bit held up somewhere. Now he needs to try and pick up the pace, but the BAR may not be able to run at that sort of pace. as we go through the remainder laps. Let's take a view here. Great shot once again from the back of Ralf Schumacher's car, looking back at brother Michael.
And Ferrari pit lane working overtime. They're trying to work out with the laps remaining, 30 laps remaining. They've got to bring both drivers in. What can Ralf do? Suddenly Ralf's able to run at the pace of the two Ferraris.
So, all to play for here between Ferrari and Williams, and also for David Coulthard down in 6th position, who has made a stop, but they may well have refueled that car sufficiently to make it to the end.
Jarno Trulli just 0.7 of a second behind Fisichella, and Jenson Button just under a second behind. Trulli is Eddie Jordan. Oh, I think his thumbs up there, looks reasonably good. So good news for Jordan and good news for Peter Sauber, as both team principals, you know, think, what happened, what went wrong?
Yeah, but
well,
I'm sure Peter just trying to find out what the news is concerning Takuma Sato.
Jensen got a bit wide and a little bit out of control on the exit of turn 1.
Giancarlo Fisichella in that little group there, and that's Jarno Trulli right behind him, and ahead of them is David Coulthard. So that's a great battle that's continuing for what is 6th position currently. 6th place for Coulthard, 7th for Fisichella, as our man Peter Windsor trying to get some information.
To Sid Watkins, I think.
Prof said it's a miracle, and he should know. He was there. There's not much, you know, he's obviously concussed, and there was a huge accident, but thankfully somebody up there likes him, and he's okay.
Well, that's wonderful news. Thank you.
Only 0.3 of a second ahead of him.
Well, the news from the pit lane from Eddie Jordan is that massive accident, but Takuma Sato is okay. He may be slightly concussed, which is totally understandable, but appears so far to have no physical injuries, and what a fantastic news that is from the medical centre.
That's remarkable when you see the force of the impact between the Sauber and the Jordan. You just have to say well done to everyone in Formula One. The rules in recent years have improved massively, and an accident like that would have caused serious injury some years ago. Not that many years ago, an accident of those proportions would have caused at least some broken bones, and for Takuma Sato to be basically okay, by the sound of it. Still early to know the full details, but that is very reassuring. Climbing up the hill, this is the battle continuing. Now let's see what happened here. This was a little while ago. We're on board with Frentzen, looking back at Alan McNish. And McNish running in 11th place at the moment. Did he manage to find a way past the arrows, sneak down the inside?
Well, that looks as if Heinz-Harald Frentzen has had the heart knocked out of him. All the options and potential to have had a fantastic race for both arrows. And that first lap, second corner incident with Villeneuve spoiled all that. And McNish slipped by pretty easily, I must say.
So the positions after 43 laps, you can see Fisichella just outside a possible point scoring position currently. It's all about the Ferrari up front of Rubens Barrichello, who's managed to open up an advantage of some 2.3 seconds over Ralf Schumacher, and Michael Schumacher does not have an answer for that currently. He cannot find a way past Ralf. But remember, if they do have to make a second stop, these two Ferraris. Oh, and we've got one of the Renaults slowing. That's Trulli, Jarno Trulli, and Alex Young's in trouble as well.
That's a blow up.
Yeah,
yes,
coming
you can
down.
See the back of the flames licking out the back of the Minardi, the Asiatech V10 engine.
So Trulli and Young on the same lap. This is lap number 44. Both pulling off to the side of the track, and Trulli's reliability record absolutely dismal this year. He let Jenson Button through and then got out of the way to the inside. So he moves to the inside. That was a good job of avoidance there, but Trulli's out of it for yet another time. Oh, and
that's
look
the
at
same
that.
Incident. That's what happened.
I hadn't realised it got that far.
I think it was going to be a fiery one. Just news on Nick Heidfeld. He's got a wrenched knee from that massive impact, but he is otherwise okay. Clearly he was very shocked by the incident. Speculation is that we saw early in the race a problem for Felipe Massa when he had a suspension failure, and now speculation maybe that was the same what caused that incident for Nick Heidfeld.
Got news that there's a drive-through penalty for Mark Webber. Drive-through time penalty. He has to come through the pits because he ignored the blue flags. So
that's pretty unusual. Mark's normally pretty good on the mirrors. Maybe just again frustration from the Australian driver running in 12th place.
Salo on the attack, and he's trying to find a way past
Jenson Button.
No, it's not actually. It's Mark Webber, I think. Jenson Button a bit further up the road, so we'll have to wait and see. And Mark Webber currently in 12th position, but he will have to stop again. The Minardi team watching that, they've just seen Alex Young go out. And this, the view from onboard David Coulthard, looking back at Jenson Button. These two, you know, they've been close together in terms of points scored so far in the championship. Been a lot of talk about which one of them is going to end up with more points by the end of the season. Well, currently, look at that. That's Mark Webber now getting well out of the way.
Talking about getting out of the way. Well, couldn't get out of the way more quickly this time. And that was down in turn 3. And that battle that's going on with Giancarlo Fisichella in 6th place. Coulthard 0.8 of a second behind. Button 0.2 behind Coulthard in 8th place. So a real battle for that final point. As now Williams begin the preparation for their one and only visit on lap 47. Will it be Ralf Schumacher or will it be Juan Pablo Montoya? Well, I don't know what way Williams are going to call this one. I wonder will they let Ralf stay out as long as possible and bring Montoya in, or will they bring Ralf in and let him get back out? It depends where they can blend back in. Who will blend back in as quickly as possible without any trouble? And a yellow flag all the way round to Jochen Rindt and A1 Curve. We've seen that on our data screens.
Mark Webber comes through for his drive-through penalty. Fisichella is ahead of Coulthard now, so Giancarlo Fisichella is running in 6th position, Coulthard 7th and Button 8th. So Fisichella running well, and it all comes down to really how much fuel was put on that second group of cars that came in for their pit stops, because now Williams are coming in, and it's a question of whether Ferrari...
And it's Ralf Schumacher into the pits. So Williams running in 2nd place, into the pit lane, race leader continues. So look at those tyres, not an awful lot left on the inside shoulder on the right front. This is going to be a quick stop for Williams, 7 seconds, hopefully.
A scrub set of tyres going on board.
Well, a little bit just getting that fuel hose withdrawn, but will Ralf Schumacher get back out and hopefully get ahead of the Coulthard-Button solo battle?
Well, I think he should do. He's just coming down the pit lane now, coming up to speed.
No problem.
So that will bring him out. So once again...
Bring him out in 5th place.
5th place it will be now, because that will have seen Villeneuve go through, but that brings him out in 5th position, and that could be fairly crucial, to be honest, to have got out ahead of this little group of cars, because it may be that some of these have fueled enough for the remainder of the race.
You can see the Jordan of Giancarlo Fisichella from the rear of Ralf Schumacher's car, then Jenson Button and David Coulthard following. And this is the principal battle that's going on right now. And Jordan with Fisichella through unfortunate circumstances in the points right now. And both BAR and Jordan, the two teams yet to score points this season, and both teams are in the points.
Juan Pablo Montoya still running in 3rd place now that Ralph's made his pit stop. So he's now setting some fairly quick sector times. It's important that he really gets on with it, because he also would want to get in front of that battle, which involves Fisichella, Coulthard and Button, but it's going to be tougher for Montoya to do that. So he really needs to put in a few quick laps here to give him that opportunity to come out in front of that group of cars. Ferrari looking confident. Williams surely will be bringing Montoya in fairly soon. Gone almost as far as McLaren did last year before bringing Coulthard in for his one stop. We're on lap number 48 now. A number of laps have been held behind safety car. That means you might be able to go even deeper into the race. Fuel consumption, of course, behind the safety car somewhat less than when they're at full speed.
Yes, under those two safety car situations, certainly the second one much longer than the first, enabling teams to save fuel. That might be 2 or 3 laps worth they can save, and of course again that has to be recalculated into the strategy, but it enables 1 or 2 of the Williams to do slightly differently to what they'd anticipated. But Ferrari, of course, really caught on the bubble. They were just about to come in at that first safety car incident. They didn't have a lot of option, and they had to bring Michael in. They were planning to bring Rubens in first. They had to bring Michael in. They had no choice.
Crucial thing at the moment is how quick is Michael going relative to Barrichello, of course.
Well, he's going about 0.2 of a second on that last lap. But watch Montoya, he's some half a second slower than the two Ferraris. Barrichello is the quicker of the two. It was Michael was quicker than Barrichello, looking at the wrong way around.
Yes, Michael was 0.2 faster than Barrichello. Barrichello's doing a fine job so far up front. Taku is fine, we see from the Jordan email. He's sitting up and talking. It's a miracle, they say. Well, yeah, I think it's a testament, more likely, to the strength of a modern Grand Prix car, and congratulations really just have to go to everybody involved in that, the engineers and the technical people who drew up the rules that have to see such a massive sideways forces withstood by these monocoques nowadays. Well done to the whole F1 team's environment and the organising body as well for that, I have to say. Montoya then in 3rd position currently.
And the Williams team still not out on pit lane. This is lap 50. We're just going on to as Rubens Barrichello exits turn 1. Michael Schumacher 3.1 seconds behind. And really the last lap or two, Michael has been eating into that advantage. And I wonder how much communication shipped ashore between the pit lane and Rubens Barrichello is saying, well, don't rush, give Michael a chance to catch up. Mark Webber lets Rubens Barrichello through, cleanly no problem this time. Just simply horsepower does the job for the race leader. And Mark Webber just tucks in behind and tries to pick up whatever draft is going, but the power of the Ferrari just pulls it away without any problem whatsoever.
So Barrichello just keeps it all under control for the moment. You can see the gap back to Michael Schumacher. It was 3.1 seconds last time around.
David Coulthard's got ahead of Jenson Button, and that's a swap up we didn't see on screen. So Coulthard 7, Button 8, and Coulthard 1.7 seconds behind Jordan's Giancarlo Fisichella in 6th place.
Now Montoya will be coming in this time around, and we'll wait to see whether he can come back out ahead of that group and indeed how it affects him compared to his teammate Ralf Schumacher. Let's see what happens here.
But Ben, what we have to watch is we're on lap 51. Ferraris are going to be coming back in again, possibly somewhere around about 58 to 62, I would anticipate. So get your calculator out and work out the lap times of the Ferrari right now, vis-a-vis what Williams are doing with Ralf Schumacher.
Ralf Schumacher's just coming around the last 2 corners. This looks good for Montoya to get ahead of his teammate.
Well, he had to push very, very hard. It's a question of getting down that pit lane. There he is. There's Ralf on the right of your screen. Looks like Montoya is going to get the job done. Ralf is going to lose a place to his teammate, but they're going to be very close as they come up to turn 2. There you see the view from Montoya's car. Montoya has gained that position.
Well, look at that. Fantastic effort from Montoya's crew in terms of when to call him in, and it's worked pretty well. There has been some discussion that possibly these two went for a different tyre compound to one another. Michelin's, it was a difficult tyre choice on the Michelin runners. Possibly they went for a slightly different compound. It's said that Montoya might have been on the slightly harder tyre. That could have suited him in the latter part of that stint, with the tyre still working well and still allowing him to put in quick laps, and that's put him in front of Ralf Schumacher.
Yes, but Ralf has built up that momentum and will want to hunt and run down Montoya. As we go back to Jacques Villeneuve, still running in that 4th place. He's had 2 pit stops, or in the pits twice. Of course, one was a drive-through penalty for that issue up at turn 1 on the first lap, and he probably will have to come back in, and that 3rd place that he's been running in will quickly evaporate down to possibly 6th or 7th.
Yes, he is some 17th.
And the BIR team readying now. Villeneuve will come in at the end of lap 52 for his 2nd and final stop.
So watch Villeneuve then. He's still charging as much as possible. He has an advantage of 13 seconds over Montoya at the moment. And then the rest of that group, Ralf Schumacher, Fisichella, Coulthard, Button, they're all pretty close together.
It'll be very, very tight. I mean, if he can get out, well, it'll be somewhere between Fisichella, Coulthard and Button. I don't know why, but Fisichella, Button and Coulthard are covered by, well, 2.6 seconds, those 3 cars. And it'll be very difficult to blend in between any one of those 3. They'll not want to give up their positions, particularly seeing how aggressively Jacques has driven this afternoon.
Mark Webber running a little wide, but we saw Schumacher also going fairly wide. So Villeneuve to be coming into the pits this time. Question is, where will he come back out? I think it's probably going to drop him down to about 8th position. 8th or 9th position. We'll have a look and watch the monitors. We can see that the rest of the cars heading around the track as he comes down towards his pit bay at the end of the pit lane.
The good news for Villeneuve is he will not need to put much more than maybe 6.5, 7 seconds worth of fuel in. Well, there we see the battle as they come through the Jochen Rindt curve, and there's the fuel, 7 seconds or 6.8 seconds worth of fuel. He's in with a punt, maybe not to take Fisichella's place, but Coulthard and Button might be vulnerable. Well, it's going to be, no, it's not going to happen. All 3 are going to get through, and it's going to be, I think, 8th place. Yeah, Fisichella, Coulthard, Button, all through. Villeneuve back now to where in reality he was running all day. but just because of the artificiality of a two-stopper, it made him look better than he was. But fairness to Villeneuve and to BAR, that car with Villeneuve in it today has looked much better than at any point over the weekend. Villeneuve very unhappy with BAR and Honda's handling.
Yes, but as you say, he's been looking strong today, and he's got a chance here, John. I mean, if he can start overtaking like he was early in this race, he's with a group of cars now. Button, Coulthard, Fisichella, they're all covered by only a few seconds. If that car shows the same sort of pace it did early in this race, he could perhaps still get in the points, but he has to overtake them.
Well, the problem is also, everything is now even Stevens. Everybody is very much on the same level of fuel. The only advantage for Villeneuve is that his tyres are that much fresher. But in terms of an advantage, as we saw in the early part of the race, where he was passing some of the back markers with ease, and this is the replay as Villeneuve comes into the pit lane, get it slowed down. What's the thumbs up for? Well, I don't know. Somebody's getting the thumbs up.
Yeah, I don't know what that was all about, but unless he'd had a message from the medical centre there or something, that it was good news.
And there is the medical helicopter. Takuma Sato will be taken off to one of the regional hospitals. Of course, orthopedics in this area is a major part of the hospital treatments, and he will be taken away and given further examination and any care and attention treatment that he needs. But good news from Eddie Jordan was that he was sitting up and speaking in the medical centre, and Eddie back on the pit wall, confident in the knowledge that there's no injury of any significance to his driver, Sato.
New lap record for Michael Schumacher, 1:09.408 as he goes past Frentzen once again. Now, these two Ferraris, sorry, that was Barrichello going past Frentzen. Barrichello ahead by around 3.4 seconds. These two Ferraris, if they do have to come in again, they have enough of an advantage, John, to be able to do that. They're 33 seconds ahead of Juan Pablo Montoya. That's the gap, in fact, between himself and Michael Schumacher. It's 38 seconds to race leader Barrichello, and they'll lose about 25 seconds or so coming into the pits, refueling and going back out. That's what Villeneuve lost a moment ago, so they can still make a second stop and get out ahead of the Williams.
But never forget that Barrichello's got 3 seconds more worth of fuel on board than Michael has, so Michael is capable of running faster because at all points his car is that much lighter than his teammates. Now, whether Michael might need to make a splash and dash or not, it's questionable as to whether Rubens Barrichello will.
Well, we're only 15 laps to the end of this race, so whether they will have to make a second stop may well not be the case. It just shows, I mean, their dominance has been very impressive here today. You have to say the Ferrari 2002, the Bridgestone tyres, the package has worked superbly well together, and we'll just have to wait to see whether they do have to make a splash and dash stop for a little bit more fuel. If not, they'll have certainly earned themselves a massive, massive victory margin by the end of it. The next question becomes, will Barrichello have to give way to Michael Schumacher? And that one will only be answered, I'm sure, in the closing laps of the race.
I think that would be an extremely bitter pill if Rubens Barrichello was requested to let Michael take victory. I think Rubens has done such a great job here today, and he's there on merit, but I suspect that the team may choose to let the situation unfold as it is and take the gamble. It really depends who finishes in the remaining positions in the points as to whether Montoya or Ralf Schumacher should get the advantage of third place. And Ralf Schumacher on 20 points would be the danger person. If it was Montoya, well, they wouldn't be quite so good. Well, Montoya's the danger person, but Ralf possibly not so much concern.
Good news from Sauber. Nick is fine. We'd heard that he perhaps wrenched his knee, but basically he is fine. So that's great news about Nick Heidfeld. Both drivers involved in that earlier accident seem to be okay. Another new lap record for Rubens Barrichello, the race leader, and he opened up the advantage over Michael a little bit on that lap.
4.3 seconds it was, just under the 4 seconds. Now it's up to 4.3. Now a little bit of that was Michael did get marginally delayed behind Hans-Hauer Frentzen. There's a question of will he, won't he, will he? And I think that Frentzen wasn't quite sure if Michael was going to dive, and there we see now the Jordan team preparing something, rushing. As Giancarlo Fisichella currently in 5th place, going to make a late pit stop for fuel. And there, the Renault team, Jenson Button.
No, I think we're
looking at another screen to replay.
Yeah, Jenson Button still
the highlights
in 7th place at the moment. There he is, just ahead of Jacques Villeneuve. And Villeneuve
wild,
a little bit wide, isn't he?
Absolutely wide and wild.
Lost some time that time, and he's dropped back again. He was in quite a good position behind Button, but he's just lost a lot of the ground that he spent the last few laps regaining. It's Fisichella, Coulthard, Button and Villeneuve, and you have to say for Fisichella this is so much better than we've seen this year. Let's take a look at the replay here. He
Oh,
got
it's just
wide.
way too quick, Ben. He'd no chance. He really struggled. He's just been pushing. I haven't seen Jacques Villeneuve drive so aggressively. He's driven some great races this year, Imola particularly, and also in Barcelona, and had no reward, and really, really pushing. I mean, this is the Jacques Villeneuve we know from 96, 97, and possibly 98, but from his years in BAR, well, it's been a different man.
Michael Schumacher and Rubens Barrichello, nobody can hold them at the moment. You have to say they're in dominant form, passing Alan McNish once again for Barrichello. Lap number 59 he's on out of 71, and so far so good. There is a question mark as to whether the two Ferraris are on the same Bridgestone tyre, and well, it'll be something that perhaps they might answer at the end of the race, and we'll find out whether that's the case. The Ferrari crew, though, all seem to be relaxed, sitting there in the pit garages at the moment. Don't look ready for another pit stop to be made, and if that's the case, then that just shows you how dominant these two cars have been today.
But of course, they have to be prepared for any unexpected eventuality. And wheels for Rubens, wheels for Michael, sitting outside there in their blankets. No longer the confusion that we've seen in the past, where suddenly no wheels were available. They had to go to the back of the garage. They've got complete sets. In fact, it looks like 2 or 3 complete sets available for both drivers with their tyre blankets on those stands in the event of a last-minute need to come in, maybe be a puncture, or maybe just simply a mechanical problem or something that was unexpected, as this Grand Prix has turned out to be most unexpected in its unfolding.
So 12 laps to go now, and it's P1 for Rubens Barrichello next to the Brazilian flag. 4 seconds exactly his advantage over Michael Schumacher, and that's the pit board's signal he'll be given next time around. Well, Rubens Barrichello, will this be his day at last? He's only ever taken 1 victory for the Ferrari team, and that was at Hockenheim in 2000. It's his only Grand Prix victory to date, of course, and this afternoon, this whole weekend, he's driven superbly well, beaten in only 1 session throughout the whole weekend, and that was the Saturday morning free practice. Every other session, the Friday, but they are looking to refuel, so they
well,
are
this
going to
may
have to
be
put
Michael
some more
coming
fuel
in. Michael's short-changed on fuel. They wanted to get him back out. That pit stop came at the same time as the first safety car situation, threw their home strategy into confusion. They only put something like 6 seconds worth of fuel into the car. Rubens got 9 seconds worth. So this looks to me like a splash and dash for Michael Schumacher. But Juan Pablo Montoya is sufficiently far behind, 37.4 seconds behind Michael Schumacher. So Michael's second place, in my view, should be safe. New tyres also being prepared.
So which of the Ferraris will be coming in this time? Let's watch closely to see. At the moment, Barrichello's coming through the Gerhard Berger curve. He's got the last 2 right-handers to deal with. Is it Barrichello, or will it be Schumacher coming in for a splash of fuel here? It is Barrichello. It is our race leader. So presumably Michael will have to stop as well, and the difference will be how much fuel has to go on board in this final stop. Michael Schumacher 4.4 seconds behind Rubens. Now keep it together, Rubens. No mistakes here. Just a good, simple, clean stop is what you require, and away he goes.
6.2 seconds, and that's not too much fuel on board. Rubens again on the speed limiter at 50 miles an hour, 80 kph. Waits to get down to that line as we see Juan Pablo Montoya only halfway around a lap, so Rubens will come back in second place. Juan Pablo Montoya not able to challenge the Ferraris on pace, and now some 2.1 seconds ahead of his teammate in 4th place. Barrichello climbs up the hill up to turn 2.
So we wait then to see whether Michael Schumacher comes in this next lap. I think he will. The Ferrari team, there we are, stay out in the pit lane, waiting until the last moment to take the tyre blankets off those preheated dry weather grooved tyres, and when they get the signal that Michael is close enough, which is about now, I would think, they'll whip them out. There we are.
Well, it'll not be very much more fuel than has gone into Rubens' car, in spite of Michael having less. Oh, when he turns, he cuts so late, he almost misses. Entry into the pit lane on the limit, all the way through that long, sweeping right-hand curve, then hard on the brakes, slow the car down. Make sure you bring the car right to the blocks. Watch the fuel hose, watch the clock.
6.2 seconds we saw for Barrichello.
6.2 for Barrichello. 6.4, Rubens comes down. He should manage to retain his lead. It's going to be a close call. Michael could do nothing. He's at the beginning of the pit lane. We see him climbing. There he is. Rubens will take the lead of this race. Michael will actually lose more than he thought he might have done. and Rubens Barrichello back into the lead as Michael blends back in. Wait to see what they come back. It certainly should be around about 4 seconds, fractionally over, I would imagine.
But they still have a big lead over the Williams BMWs. They've still shown what class there is in this 2002 chassis, and it's Barrichello who has driven perfectly this afternoon. Surely they will not make him move over and let Michael Schumacher pass and take the lead this time. Last year, he had to move over and let Michael take second. Well, that's a slightly different story, and the championship battle was very much closer at that time. Replay of Michael coming out, almost made a mistake there, but did get away cleanly.
Yes, but of course the principal battle that's going on is not really this one at the front. It's for that final, or for those final 2 points for 5th and 6th place. Giancarlo Fisichella's got David Coulthard still filling his mirrors, and he's got Jenson Button in the mirrors of the McLaren. Those three are fighting for 5th and 6th place.
Yeah, and don't forget that Villeneuve's in that battle as well, John, and I'm sure that he, rather than Fisichella, he'd love to be the first one to score a point for Honda this year, but at the moment it looks like Fisichella could be the person to do that. Peter Sauber, well, of course, neither of their cars are still in this race, but they're keeping an eye on proceedings, watching what Ferrari's up to, and following the progress. It's been a disappointing day for Sauber after promising so much with great grid positions for both cars. Jean Todt looking to mastermind another 1-2 finish here for Ferrari and maximum point score in the constructors' battle. Villeneuve still in behind the Renault of Jenson Button, and as yet cannot find a way past.
And the advantage appears, Villeneuve again running very wide. You see Fisichella, then Coulthard, then Button, then Villeneuve. So you've got Bridgestone leading this group, Bridgestone trailing this group, and two Michelin cars in between. And Villeneuve again driving right on the ragged edge, fighting for that final point for his team. Jordan's currently on 2 points for that 5th place, so they can stay there in the end. It's going to be real dynamite when we come to these last 5 laps. We're going to see 4 drivers battling like they've never fought before for those final 2 points positions.
Giancarlo Fisichella has the edge of this group at the moment in the yellow Jordan Honda. Can he hold off the McLaren Mercedes of David Coulthard, the Renault of Jenson Button, and that BAR Honda of Jacques Villeneuve? For Fisichella, this is a big deal, as important perhaps as still seeking his first Grand Prix victory, because points to Jordan right now would be a real blessing. They've had such a tough time this season. They've seen their other car go out in a frightening accident this afternoon. They have scored no points so far in 2002, and Fisichella looks set to score 2 here, but there are still 7 laps to go, and he still has 3 of the fastest, most determined drivers right in his slipstream: Coulthard, Button and Villeneuve.
And it's Villeneuve who's the fastest of the 3. They're all lapping in the middle.
Oh,
111's Villeneuve right on the wide on the exit, but of course he's caught now in the situation where he can't really get very much closer. His momentum, which he's been building up all the time to catch up to the back of Button, now is being affected by the aerodynamics, the wind coming off the back of the Renault, and making it very difficult for Villeneuve to really progress much more.
And they haven't got any traffic in front of them for a little while. Mark Webber is the next car they will lap, but he's quite a long way ahead of them as they go through turn 3. He's almost up at the last corner, so not lapping slowly either, Webber. He's putting in some fairly quick lap times, so it's going to be tough for him. Now the battle up front continues. Almost identical lap times again last time around for the 2 Ferraris. Rubens Barrichello a 9.815 and Michael Schumacher a 9.860. Nothing to choose between the 2 of them, and it's Barrichello who maintains a 3.8 second lead up front.
And David Coulthard said it was going to be a hard afternoon's work. Well, he's got currently 1 point for that work, but looking back from Giancarlo Fisichella's Jordan Honda, the gap, of course, very much less than the camera lens, a very wide angle lens. Fisichella really not putting a wheel wrong anyway whatsoever, under extreme pressure from McLaren and Renault. And of course Jordan desperate, like they are, to get their first points score of the season.
A little bit of traction control cutting in there, you could see, but that Jordan's working well. It's reliability that has been their bugbear so far this year, particularly in the hydraulics system. Now, they've come up with an interim solution. They've got some new parts being manufactured, but Gary Anderson said that they've come up with what they think is an interim solution. They're very hopeful that they've cured those hydraulic problems that have afflicted them in recent races. The proof will be in 5 laps' time to see whether he makes it to the checkered
Well,
flag.
there's a battle for third place. Ralf Schumacher deciding I've had enough. 1.2 seconds behind Montoya, and on that last lap he took 2/10 out of Montoya's advantage. So Ralf deciding, well, I think I fancy a bit of the podium once again, but getting past Montoya is a lot more difficult than catching up.
Yeah, Montoya made a little bit of a lock-up there.
Yes, you can see the smoke coming from inside the unloaded right-hand wheel, and again the gap has closed down as a result of that little error. Again, look, Ralf now, it's down to a second, or probably marginally under a second, as they come halfway round the lap.
I wonder if they really did have a different tyre compound choice between these two cars. We'll have to wait and find out and see if they tell us the story afterwards, but very evenly matched. And it looks as in the latter part of this stint that it is Ralf Schumacher's car that's working slightly better. He's driven well all day here and keen to make up for the mistake he made in Barcelona when he threw away a possible second position out of that last corner.
Yes, but I think, Ralf is driving well. He's got speed. The gap as they come across the start-finish line is 0.7 of a second, half a second gained in that last lap. No doubt in part due to the mistake Montoya made under braking into turn 2. But once again, the team will let the two drivers sort it out. The only order that they will be given is do not take each other out or knock one or the other off.
Still no word of any team orders, but Jean Todt's just... is that Jean Todt or is Ross? It's Ross who's...
he's on the radio.
Got his finger on the radio button. Everybody...
We need a lip reader here to know what's being said. Certainly from Ross's perspective, of course, we wouldn't know what might be being said. But that was Ruben Barrichello's radio. It's RB in the radio. And on his right hand, he's got MS, Michael Schumacher. So Ross able to talk to both drivers, both collectively, but also independently.
3.4 seconds was the gap between Barrichello and Schumacher last time around. This time around, it's slightly less, 2.5 seconds. Schumacher definitely that little bit closer with a new fastest lap and a new lap record. They're breaking the lap record every time, of course. That went a long, long time ago. But Barrichello maintains the advantage, although that was a slower lap from him than we've seen. About a second, nearly a second slower than we've seen from Barrichello in recent laps.
Again, traction control almost at maximum as they try to get traction out of the Remus Hairpin Bend. Very important corner to get good grip, good drive down the hill. This is, well, it's not the fastest, one of the fastest. There's 3 very high-speed parts of the circuit. The fastest part, in fact, is on the uphill up into Remus Corner.
Schumacher again gaining ground on the first sector of the track, so the gap narrowing down slightly more. Let's check the time, 2.1 seconds from 2.5 across the start-finish line. And again, that gap closes between the two Ferraris as we head into the final laps here in Austria. It's a race that Michael Schumacher has never won. He's never won at the A1 ring. He wants it. But will Ferrari ask Barrichello to move out of the way after such a superbly driven afternoon? Michael Schumacher's getting closer and closer.
I think in this situation, Ferrari would feel that public opinion and the world's media would be very, very negative if they instigated some kind of team order. And I think that they're going to allow this one to play its own way out. But clearly, Michael Schumacher has got a real battle on his hands this season with his own teammate. This car, the 2002 Ferrari, seems to suit Rubens more so than last year's Ferrari, and that was a pretty good car as well.
New contract in his back pocket for Rubens Barrichello. He has signed the deal. I wonder if that has any bearing on how he thinks as he drives these last couple of laps, and depending on what kind of request he is given. Let's just remind you that in 5th place at the moment, Fisichella still holding on by half a second from Coulthard. Button is just a fraction behind him as we look at the replay of the...
well, they're passing notes to each other because they don't want any radio traffic or any lip reader, being able to know what they're saying.
It's great.
And you can see Ross's hand dropping down to Rubens' radio as they come up to the penultimate, the last lap.
We are on to the last lap indeed now, John. Rubens Barrichello is our race leader, consistently a second a lap slower or so over the last few laps. Is he going to allow Michael Schumacher through, or will Barrichello take only his 2nd ever Grand Prix victory? Driving for Ferrari in his 3rd season. What's going to happen over the last couple of miles here in Austria? It's all down to the guys on the pit wall. Will Barrichello move over? He did last year to allow Michael into 2nd.
But then there's traffic up ahead. You've got Sauer and McNish. They're going to get overtaken, but hopefully they'll stay out of the way. They will not come into play in this closing lap as Michael does get closer and closer to race leader Barrichello, and this is going to be last 4 corners. Sit in your seats, because it could turn out to be real drama.
Our Ferrari just playing with us, saying, OK, let Michael close up, but we're going to let you in anyway? Or are they saying, no, Rubens, you have to move out of the way? It'll all come down to the last corner. Barrichello let Michael through there last year. Is he going to be allowed to stay in front on this occasion? They're coming through the last corner, and Barrichello, is he going to win, or is he going to allow Michael Schumacher to take the
that
victory?
is a disgrace. That is a disgrace.
Oh, I am so disappointed. Michael Schumacher is the race winner in Austria, the A1 ring.
That is disgraceful.
He takes his first win at this track, and Rubens Barrichello finishes in second. Third place for Juan Pablo Montoya, fourth for Ralf Schumacher. These two have been fighting their own battle throughout the race, and this was the moment.
Coming out of the A1 curve, Rubens just backs off, and Michael comes alongside, and there you go, the victory goes to Michael Schumacher. Well, that is the hollowest victory in Michael Schumacher's career, and I think it is disgraceful for Ferrari in this context to have done what they've done, and this will not be a popular result. It will, in fact, I think, draw possibly the wrath of the governing body of motorsport. And Villeneuve has retired.
Villeneuve, has he?
Villeneuve has blown up
fifth place
for
Fisichella, though. Those are the first points for Jordan this year. What a great drive. Driver of the day for me, Giancarlo Fisichella in many ways, because he withstood massive pressure, not only from the cars on the track, but from everything that's gone on throughout the season so far. And Fisichella did the business, brought it home in 5th, 2 points to him. Coulthard getting the final point in 6th, and Button in 7th, but Villeneuve dropping out at the end, meaning that Salo 8th, McNish in 9th, and Villeneuve will probably still be given 10th position.
Well, what can you do? Rubens Barrichello, I don't know what was through his mind. He has signed a contract. There's terms and conditions of that contract we suspected would be very clear. It wasn't all sweetness and light as it was being made, publicly. It's a tough business, Formula One. Michael Schumacher is without doubt the #1 driver in Ferrari, but today Rubens Barrichello fully deserved to take those 10 points, and in reality it would have made little difference at this stage. The problem is Ferrari, if you want to give them an excuse, they have to say we must tie this championship up with Michael Schumacher. He is the championship leader. Rubens Barrichello way down with only 6 points in the championship. Championships have been lost by half a point. How can we afford to give away 4 points just to enable Rubens to win a race? That's the tough call that Ferrari made. That's the very bitter pill that Michael Schumacher and Rubens Barrichello have both had to swallow. Michael will not receive any plaudits or reward or pleasure, I'm sure, from his afternoon's work.
I agree, John. I mean, I accept there have to be team orders often in motorsport. When you look at the advantage in the championship that Ferrari have at this time and the advantage that Michael Schumacher has, I know as well as you do that things can go wrong. These two are good mates, Montoya really and Barrichello. They are good friends. I think Barrichello probably Montoya's only real mate in Formula One, and he must be feeling bitterly disappointed. Montoya having a good old look around the back of the Ferrari and the tyre wear. And there is the winner of this race. It is Michael Schumacher, gifted the win out of the final corner. And there's some cheers, but there's a lot of whistles as well coming from the grandstand.
I'm not surprised. The public do not like this, and I promise you the wrath of motorsport fans around the world will come down on Ferrari for that decision.
I have to say, a huge disappointment. And Michael Schumacher going over to congratulate Rubens Barrichello. And well, I don't know quite how he manages to explain that one. Rubens drove a perfect race this afternoon. He didn't put a wheel wrong, and that must be so hard to accept.
I'm very, very disappointed. This is a sport after all. I know business and commerciality and other factors come into play, but this was a disgrace in my opinion.
That was the moment. Barrichello just allowed Michael Schumacher to come through, and he's got his contract in his back pocket. I wonder if he was tempted then to say, I've already signed my deal, I'm not going to do it.
Let me just tell you now, if he went against the terms of the contract, or he went against the orders of Jean Todt or Ross Brawn, but particularly Jean Todt, he would have been fired. Without question, he would have been fired, because that is the way the team is run. It is not about friendly, matey, buddy, clubby things. It is a tough world, Formula One. Ferrari runs a very fantastic team, but it runs it from the top. And if you're instructed and your contract provides for you to step aside and let your teammate take a position, then you will be required to do that by contract. If you fail to do that, you could be in breach of contract. Technically, you could be fired, and Ferrari could be turning around and looking for someone to replace Rubens Barrichello, not even for next year, but even from the next Grand Prix, should they have chosen that.
Looking on down the list, what can we take away from this Grand Prix that perhaps makes us feel a little happier? Well, I think it's Fisichella's 5th place, and there, just listen. Mixture of response. Look at that response. I've never seen anything like it at a Grand Prix. And I don't know how Michael Schumacher's really going to be able to handle this. It's going to be tough to deal with. Oh, well, that's all very well doing that now, Michael.
Well, that's wrong. You see, they're incorrect in doing that.
It is wrong, and if Michael felt like that, he could have braked himself coming out of the final corner. I have to say, I feel that, yeah, doesn't really make up for it.
All right.
So the anthems are played out here in Austria as Rubens Barrichello is moving away from that top step now. Yes, this is all very well, Michael, but
well,
you know.
I mean, this is all very silly, to be honest. You know, whatever has been done has been done. This is not going to change anything. Rubens Barrichello is second in the classification. Michael Schumacher has won the race. All I will say in mitigation, it was not Michael's fault. This is a team decision made by Ross Brawn, but principally Jean Todt. I wondered if Michael actually knew what was going on. Was he aware that Rubens was going to slow down? It looked like Michael was, in fact, slightly perplexed by what was going on, but clearly Rubens had been given an instruction from the pit lane, from Jean Todt, to let Michael Schumacher win this race. And I just wonder, Michael's awkwardness, and his body language is awkward, believe me. He does not like getting the bird from the public, and I just wonder, was Michael not in on the plot?
Possibly, John, possibly. He certainly doesn't look that happy about it now, but you know, my feeling is that if he wanted to back off at the end, he could have done and gone against what Jean Todt asked for. So, you know, he took the win at the end there, and Rubens Barrichello, I have to say, I feel bitterly disappointed for him. He drove a great race. Let's talk about that for a moment. You know, lap after lap, all 71 laps, there wasn't the tiniest mistake from Rubens Barrichello here this afternoon. He got the edge, he took advantage when he could, made a great start from pole position, never let the pressure get to him, and he took the victory. Maximum points for Ferrari, but the people here in Austria would so much rather have seen the race finish as it was throughout most of its distance, with Barrichello leading and Michael Schumacher in second. Montoya happy to finish in third place, and some words of consolation from him to Rubens on the podium.
Well, we've seen an eventful Grand Prix, one that we thought was going to be a total Ferrari domination, and in effect it has been that. And I thought, well, maybe with the point situation, Montoya at best was going to pick up 4 points, which would have given him 27. Had Michael only scored 6 points per second, he'd have had 50 points. Now he's got 54.
That's right, double the number of points that Montoya has. And in second place, in third place, Ralf Schumacher, of course, with points scored for fourth position here this afternoon. But for Giancarlo Fisichella and for Jordan, it will be a time to celebrate, having scored their first points of the season. This was the moment.
Even this, what's going on here, both drivers could be in trouble because they've abused the podium. I know the emotions are running high, but that podium is one of the most important aspects of any Grand Prix. And Michael trying to defuse a situation which he senses is negative to him and so positive towards Rubens. None of this is really helping.
Well, we'll have them in the press conference in just a few moments' time when they make their way in there. And, well, I can imagine the atmosphere is going to be somewhat somber after that particular race. Looking back over a race, John, that, as you say, really saw Ferrari domination and a day of conflicting fortunes for a number of other drivers. But just remember the other point scorers, the two Williams drivers, Giancarlo Fisichella in fifth. David Coulthard, of course, fighting his way to sixth place at the end of today. It wasn't his most successful run here at the A1 rink, but at least he got a point for sixth.
Indeed, and for Jordan really getting off the bubble finally in the sixth race. Huge relief to Eddie Jordan, but probably the biggest relief, of course, is knowing that his driver, Takuma Sato, is safe, and while he's heavily concussed, and he will be mighty sore, and I don't think he'll be taking part in any historic Grand Prix next weekend in Monte Carlo in preparation to the Grand Prix itself in 2 weeks' time. Nevertheless, the biggest result Eddie Jordan today received was that Takuma Sato is safe and fundamentally uninjured, and the bonus is he got 2 points.
Indeed he did. So Fisichella, one of the stars, but let's now go to the press conference to hear from Michael Schumacher, Rubens Barrichello,
Rivals in the Austrian Grand Prix 2002. It's Rubens Barrichello, it's Michael Schumacher and Juan Pablo Montoya, with Rubens in the middle, as I suppose you'd say, the moral victor. Rubens, how difficult was it to make the decision to move over on the last lap?
I think I had the experience actually, so it wasn't. It's not. I'm not joking on that. It's something that I've been asked to. I've said nothing, and just I think it's a team decision. I just signed a 2-year contract with them, and I thought I should have respect.
But as a racer, you must feel a twinge. You've only won one race previously. Is it very difficult?
Well, I mean, it's. I'm going through a period of a very good time in my life. I think I'm becoming a better person, a better driver. So there's no point in arguing. I think it's. My determination will take me a lot more wins, so that's the way I see it. So there's no point arguing. I think it's we saw it. Michael gave me the trophy. The trophy I take home today, and so I'm happy for that.
On a more positive note, it was once again a very clever strategy by Ferrari. In Brazil, we all thought you'd stop twice. You stopped once, and here, obviously, you're planning to stop twice. Once again, good work by Ross Brawn and the team.
Fantastic, and the car is working fantastically well. I mean, it's not just the car, the engine, it's also the tires. The tires are really good, and we could fight the whole race through. I mean, it's been a really good race. It's been I need to thank the whole team and my engineers, because the car felt fantastic, and I was pushing nicely. I wasn't overdriving, and the only really point that I took care was after the safety car, because the brakes and the tires were really cold, so we had to take care. The rest was really good.
Thank you, Rubens. Michael, first win in Austria, completes the set of winning at all the circuits, but it's very obvious you've taken no joy from this victory.
Yeah, very obvious. As Rubens pointed out, it was a team decision last year. I sort of was involved in the situation because I felt the championship was much more tighter than it was this year. This year I didn't even think about this, and before the race I was asking, I said, I don't believe there's going to be a team strategy involved, and suddenly they told me that he would move over, and yeah, I mean, I'm not very pleased about it either. I think nobody of us is, honestly. But then we have to look what is the team's ambitions, and the team's ambitions is to win the championship, and you have to secure this because you never know what is going to happen in the next races, and therefore, well, I have to thank Rubens because he has done a fantastic race. He has been outstanding all weekend, honestly, and this gesture, in the way we have done it, shows the sort of, how we say, work we're doing together, the belief we have in each other, and the relationship to some degree, because it's not natural what he's been doing, the way he's doing it, and I'm just thankful for him for the points, but obviously I don't take a lot of joy from that victory.
As you say, you weren't really too keen on the decision. Who actually makes that decision? Who was the person who said that's going to happen?
In the end of the day, it comes from Ferrari itself, and there is obviously the top person of Ferrari is Mr. Montezemolo, and then it goes down to Mr. Todt and so on. Who is in the end the person? I don't know, but believe me that the team is investing a lot of money for one sort of target, and imagine in the end it would be not enough by this amount of points. How stupid would we look? We have always had this philosophy. I think it is very known to everybody that this is the philosophy. It's within the sport. Some people may like it, some may don't like it. As I said today, I felt a little bit sorry as well, and I'm not really in favor of it, but then you never know what happened in the end, and I'm sure the way Rubens drove today, he has a lot of opportunities to secure victories this year, and I told him on the podium I hope that the championship is soon finished, that we can go for real racing, and I'm sure he's going to win loads of races.
Hey, Michael. Juan Pablo had a very eventful race and a very frightening incident at the end of the first safety car. Perhaps you can talk us through it.
I couldn't really see anything. The only thing, I was turning in. I was riding the inside of Sato, and as I was turning in, suddenly just a car, a Sauber came backwards right in front of me. I just heard a huge bang, and I really stayed, very lucky. I was very lucky there, and that made my race as well, because my strategy was to be in the hard tires, and at the beginning of the race, we didn't have the pace we needed to.
It was noticeable that you actually didn't take any tyres at all in your pit stops. Obviously, they're a very durable brand.
Yeah, they were.
It's safe to say that the two safety cars probably did help you get past Ralph.
Yeah, that what made the race. Ralph was quite quick out of the pits as well, but I managed to get quite, a few laps in really quick right before the stop, and that was enough.
That's all. Rubens, we now go to Monaco. Pretty tricky circuit, one which you've not always enjoyed the best of luck. Are you looking forward to it?
Very much. I think it's since I've started driving the new car, everything has been bright. Obviously, I don't have a lot of points on the championship as much as I would have liked it. But Monaco is a home race for me as well, so I enjoy being there. So I'll be fighting. I don't think it did let me down. I'm up to it, and I think it's the best year of my career. So I'll just take the opportunity, and I'll be driving fast for sure.
And if we have the same situation again in the last lap, you guys running 1-2, you ahead, will you do the same thing? Let him through?
We see. It's an internal matter. It's not up for us to talk now.
Gentlemen, thank you. Now word from each in your own languages, please. Starting with Rubens.
Well, there we are, John. That's the description, that's the explanation, as you said, very much so. Michael, following what you were saying, it's all about Ferrari are there to do one thing only, that's to win the World Championship. But it's still a tough one to carry, isn't it?
Yes, I think, and if you look back to last year when that situation occurred, I always feel that the justification for this sometimes is very difficult. But last year, Montoya did disturb Michael's race, and he came back, and there was a battle for the championship, which was much closer at that point than it currently is now. And because of the domination that Ferrari are currently enjoying, it to me seemed possible that they may be able to let Rubens Barrichello take the win. He'd worked very hard, he'd dominated pretty much throughout the weekend, and Michael had no answer to him in the race. Yet at the end of the day, we saw the hard face of Formula 1 today, the real nuts and bolts of what motor racing at this level is all about. It's not just a sport, it is a business, and Ferrari are spending, as Michael explained, huge sums of money. He gets huge sums of money. He's had 44 points in the championship, and as he said, and I pointed out prior to the press conference, imagine the World Championship was lost by 4 points or even less, that what would be the responsibility or the comeback on those members of the team on the pit wall who said, well, let's for sentiment's sake give Rubens the win. It was a real hard decision, one that I would maybe not want to make, but there are people in the pit lane who are charged with that responsibility, and they had to take it.
Then they wouldn't have been giving Rubens the win at all. He had earned the win, and they gave the win effectively to Michael, of course, in this case. And as they say, you never know what's going to happen in motor racing, and it's always possible that Rubens may not get a chance like that again. Who knows what's happened?
That's the other side of the coin. But on the other hand, I mean, I think back 1976, Niki Lauda at the Nürburgring, the German Grand Prix, had the championship virtually tied up. And then an accident which took him out for 4 races, came back, did a great job. The championship hung on the last race in Japan, and it was lost. And Ferrari today is quite a different team to Ferrari in 1976. Niki took that decision in 76 to pull out of the Japanese Grand Prix because of the low temperatures and various other factors which affected his eyesight. The tear duct in his eye was weeping. And also he took a gamble that James wouldn't finish 3rd or higher in the points, which he needed to do to win the championship. He lost the gamble, but that situation today, entirely different.
We're looking back over the highlights of what was a very, very eventful Grand Prix. This was the moment when Villeneuve tried to go down the iron side of everybody into
like a London taxi driver, wasn't he?
Into the Remus curve. Actually, it was Bernaldi just trying to shut the door on him, that sort of encouraged Villeneuve to go on the grass. After that, we saw a pretty impressive drive from Villeneuve. At the end, of course, he was to retire on the very last lap. Well, we saw retirements early on, particularly for Pedro de la Rosa, and for the 5th time in 6 races for Kimi Raikkonen. Mechanical failure in every single occasion.
And that liquid coming out of the side of the car wasn't the fire extinction, that was the liquid in the engine. There must be, you probably put your head inside the hole on the side of that engine.
We saw Frentzen spin coming out of the final corner just as the leaders, Rubens Barrichello and Michael Schumacher, came through. Villeneuve was still on a charge, passing several cars and trying to make up as much ground on his 2-stop policy. The Ferraris, it turned out, were also on a 2-stop policy. They were certainly pulling away very, very quickly in the early stages. 1.5 seconds per lap over the Williams BMWs, but it all looked to be very much under control. A dramatic blow-up for Olivier Panis. Saw another non-finish. He's failed to finish any Grand Prix so far this year, and it's not a lucky time for him at the A1 ring, where he scored his last points in Formula 1 12 months ago. For the BAR Honda team, though, they were still enjoying Villeneuve's climb, and then the safety car came out because of Panis' car, and these 2 Ferraris came in for their first pit stop. Then we saw one of the most frightening accidents in recent years in Formula 1. Heidfeld losing control and slamming into the side of the Jordan Honda of Takuma Sato, an accident which absorbed a huge amount of energy, left Sato concussed but basically okay.
Yes, and I mean the good news, we're just listening to Eddie Jordan on the Sky programme saying that he's gone to the hospital in Graz, and that Professor Watkins, who attended Takuma Sato, said really it's a miracle, and partly because of Sato's physique and physical build. He's quite slight, he's only 59 kilograms, he's not terribly tall, he therefore sits slightly further forward than a much taller driver would have done. But apparently part of the Sauber gearbox is actually buried in the side of the monocoque of Jordan's, just literally behind where Sato would be sitting. And, well, it just reminded me of the incident with Zanardi last year, when Zanardi had that tragic accident on his legs where sadly he lost.
That's right, yes, the accident at the Euro Speedway in Germany. We're looking still back over the highlights at the moment. This was Alex Young with a fairly dramatic engine failure, and Mika Salo getting a little frustrated with some of the traffic out there. Sato was taken off to hospital, as we've heard, but is basically okay. And Barrichello continued to lead up front as Michael Schumacher made his 2nd pit stop and came out about the same distance behind, around 4.5 seconds. Was this the moment? He looked like a naughty schoolboy passing a note during an exam.
Last lap, Villeneuve just, well, we saw one BAR Honda engine blow up spectacularly, and this one lasted until 70.5 laps of the circuit.
And this was the moment that Rubens Barrichello gifted the victory to Michael Schumacher. And Schumacher, well, having to say, his least satisfying win probably of his career. But delight for Jordan, 2 points at last. And a tricky conversation between Michael and Rubens Barrichello. Michael saying, I didn't know that was going to happen. and handing the winner's trophy to Rubens Barrichello. Very much the moral winner, but in the record books, they will all say another victory for Michael Schumacher.
Yes, but I also will say that the race fans around the world and websites, newspapers, magazines will challenge the Ferrari decision, and it will go down spectacularly with unpopularity from everybody around the world. Michael did explain the hard facts, the hard realities of being a driver in a large manufacturing company like Ferrari, and they race for Ferrari. That's the big difference in many respects to some of the other teams. The same in effect would apply at Williams, I'm sure, or McLaren. That is the nature of the business. It is a business as well as a sport to these teams, but probably more so to manufacturing companies rather than teams such as Williams or McLaren, who are partners with manufacturers. And Michael said, well, it starts with Luca de Montezemolo, the president of Ferrari, and goes all the way down through a chain of command to Jean Todt and Ross Brawn, and then eventually to the drivers. And by contract, Rubens was required to do that.
Looking down the list of finishers, good to see both Toyotas made it to the finish, and for Alan McNish, that's an important result once again. Really looked as though he matched Salo pretty much throughout that race, and that could be vital as he tries to secure his long-term future in Grand Prix racing. Jacques Villeneuve, the main loser, of course, in the last lap, although he probably would have ended up 8th. It didn't make a huge difference. He was hoping, however, for problems just ahead of him. The two Ferraris did dominate. They were on a two-stop strategy. They kept us guessing a little bit on that, but that pace in the early laps explained by having a lighter car and timing it well with the safety car to come in to make those early pit stops.
But eventually, I think the story of this race has been about one thing. It's been about tyres, and in particular those on the Ferraris. But also for Jordan, happened to be on Bridgestones along with Sauber and the Arrows team. Sauber lost 2 cars, Arrows lost 2 cars. Eddie Jordan lost 1 car, but that final car of Giancarlo Fisichella, a fine 5th place, a good drive from the Italian. And Eddie Jordan, I mean, suddenly maybe this will be the catalyst that will turn around the season that to date has been a real nightmare for the Irishman and his Silverstone-based team.
Leaves BAR, John, as the only team now not to have scored any points, but this was the moment, wasn't it? The great view, and that man Fisichella, for me, driver of the day. He did a superb job under intense pressure.
And also, of course, in this whole situation between the two Honda teams, it's been generally believed that the sway or their favour is going towards BAR, and that Jordan's will be seeking a different engine manufacturer for the future. Well, if Jordan go on and score more points, will those plans be revised? As you look at the right front and see, there's virtually no tread on half the tyre, the other half probably down to just about what would be considered the limit. Well, there's still clear grooves on one half of that tyre, therefore no problem for Jordan, or probably for any other Bridgestone user who wore their tyres down to that level.
Coulthard now an extra point ahead of Jenson Button, so Button 6th in the championship, failed to score today despite a hard-fought race. Further down the list, Heidfeld failed to score. He should have been up there this time, but it didn't work out in that dramatic accident, of course. Felipe Massa didn't score either after first lap running wide. Great shame for the Brazilian. Mika Salo remains on 2 points, and a number of drivers yet to score, including, of course, Jacques Villeneuve. And then Alan McNish, Alex Young, Pedro de la Rosa, Takuma Sato and Jarno Trulli. And that's one of the surprises, perhaps, that Trulli has so far this year failed to score a single point.
Well, listening to Trulli's teammate Jenson Button explaining why he really wasn't able to get into the points this afternoon, and in a battle with 4 cars, and they said, well, what we already know, that the nature of the circuit with traction control, that nobody really was gaining or losing any advantage, and unless, once again, I keep referring to this thing called momentum, if you lose it, you really are better dropping back. But if you've got pressure from behind, what do? You can't drop back. You just got to hang in there and try and maybe pressure the car ahead of you into making a more small error or misjudgment, which will give you the opportunity to put yourself into position. So for Jenson, a disappointment, but for Jarno Trulli, what has this man got to do to get to the end of a Grand Prix, to get in the points? Jarno Trulli, who was still a real star last year in Jordan and one of the greatest qualifiers in Formula One currently, and still really just, I think, must be totally demoralised.
Michael Schumacher ended up with fastest lap by a fraction in those closing laps. He put in a quick one when Rubens, I think, at that stage was already having to start to back off. And we saw support for Ralf Schumacher, who had a good run here today, ending up 4th, just behind his teammate Juan Pablo Montoya. And interesting to hear about the different choice of tyres on board the Williams BMW. Michelin certainly weren't as in good shape as Bridgestone were here this weekend. They still have to try and get it right. I wonder if the story will be a different one when they go to Monaco in a couple of weeks.
Well, going to a pure road circuit, I mean, these are the roads of the Principality, and traffic drives over them day in, day out. You've got 360 odd days of grime and road muck and fuel and whatever going down. And in spite of having a race meeting this next weekend for an historic weekend of racing, the rubber that's going to be put down then quite different. And of course, probably the prospect of a fair amount of oil from Grand Prix engines of yore, which tended to be a bit on the leaky side, unlike the modern engine, which of course is absolutely incredible in its dimensions and tolerance build. So big challenge for everybody, and whether it's a Michelin circuit, whether it's a Bridgestone circuit, right now everything seems to sense that Bridgestone have got a huge advantage over their French rivals. And I mean, as quickly as Michelin can respond and change, you know, it's going to take something very special in the space of 2 weeks.
Indeed it is. We're looking just through the pit stop times here at the moment. The fans are beginning to make their way out of the track, and a lot of disappointed fans. We could hear the reaction when the drivers got out of their cars. So they say all publicity is good publicity, but there is such a thing as bad PR, and you do wonder whether Ferrari haven't done themselves down a little bit. But of course, in a few years' time, no one will really remember that. All they'll remember is that Ferrari were world champions.
Ben, I promise you, in 2 weeks' time, after the Monaco Grand Prix, it'll be forgotten, because that's the nature of this business. You never ever look back. Formula One and motor racing is about looking forward, about thinking positively towards the next race, the future, not dwelling on what happened in the past, not letting yourself become, let's say, bogged down in issues which will never change, can never be changed. As Herbie Blash has a little look and peels back some of the pickup on one of the McLaren, in fact, David Coulthard's car, just having a little private view of how much depth of tread is left on that front Michelin of Coulthard's car. And I suppose a thumbnail's a good judgment, but well, Herbie no doubt taking on board, and now makes his way back up to his offices in the control tower.
Passes through the speed trap in the race. Michael Schumacher ahead of teammate Rubens Barrichello. That's a new Ferrari, the 2002 car with its 2002 engine as well, has been the class of the field, there's no doubt. It's up to everyone else to try and beat them, and at the moment nobody can do it. It is partly the combination of Ferrari with Bridgestone as well, working so closely hand in hand, and there's no doubt that Bridgestone tyres were the ones to be on here this weekend. And you have to wonder a little bit whether Ron Dennis at McLaren may be ruining the day that he decided to switch to Michelin tyres for this season.
Well, maybe in the short term, but I think in the long term, that's Ron's going to consider the long term rather than the short term. No doubt he would have been better off on the Bridgestone tyre, but there's no question he was still going to be trounced fairly squarely and roundly by Ferrari, because the quality of performance from Ferrari these days is in a league beyond where McLaren are. They've got other internal issues they've got to resolve. Notably, they've got to find a way to get more horsepower as well as reliability. And Kimi Raikkonen's retirement was clearly a major engine failure. We saw gallons of liquid pouring out of the side of the car as the attendant, the fire marshal, was pumping fire coolant or fire powder into the back of the car.
Well, we've got 2 weeks gap, just under 2 weeks gap until Monaco, because, and I say just under because remember, to watch the free practice, the first free practice for Monaco will not be on the Friday, it will be on the Thursday. It's a different layout in terms of timetable for Monaco, just in fact that the first day always takes place on the Thursday. The roads are reopened on the Friday normally, and then we get into a normal Grand Prix schedule on Saturday and Sunday. So in just under 2 weeks, it's the Thursday that we'll see first free practice, and we will have full coverage here on F1 Digital Plus, and we'll be looking forward to bringing you some incredible pictures from the streets of Monte Carlo. We should expect to see some very, very dramatic pictures indeed, I think, from around there, with our coverage both inside the cars and from beside the barriers. Thank you for joining us over the course of the 3 days of the Austrian Grand Prix, a result which has left perhaps a little bitter taste, but for Michael Schumacher continues his onward march towards the 2002 World Championship. Rubens Barrichello was very much the hero of the hour, but he'll have to wait till another day. From Ben Edwards and John Watson on our Super Channel. Until next time, goodbye for now.
It wasn't a long preparation of discussion. They came on in the last couple of meters on the radio and said he would back off, and I didn't feel like, but then I have to be honest to say now it was probably the wrong decision to win this race. Yes, I agree. But if I had the chance to turn it around, I would probably do, but I cannot now.
There's opportunity, and Michael was very kind to say that there will be opportunity, but when?
Well, if Rubens qualifies Michael in Monaco, it's going to be very interesting to see at what point he's allowed to pass, because he can't pass in Monaco. But I just find the whole thing's really extraordinary. I mean, you know, they've really been kind of voted out as far as popular race wins goes. That was not the most popular situation. Awkward for Rubens, but Michael was magnanimous. You know, he did say, look, I don't like it like this, and he should really put his hand up and say, of course, I have a hand in decision making as well, rather than sort of suggesting it's to do with the team boss like Montevizello. You know, it's not me, it's the boss of the team who makes these decisions. You know, they're all in it together, and it is Michael's team. But you know, he's dealt with it. I think he's dealt with it as well as he could, and has honestly said Rubens won this race.
I disagree completely. I mean, Rubens has won the race, and he was right in saying that. But Michael was making excuses, saying that the team wants to win the Constructors' Championship. It doesn't matter which order the cars finish; they would have scored the same number of points.
It's been an incredible day for the Jordan team. Their first points of the season, and their driver, one of their drivers, involved in an horrendous accident. Here's Eddie Jordan. Eddie, an up and down day for you. How do you feel at the end of it?
A little bit bitter, a little bit sweet, I suppose. The most important thing is that Taku is fine, he's well. We can always get points, hopefully. But to get both on the same day, to make sure that, well, this accident was such a horrific one. Anyone who saw it will see the gearbox coming side into the car. That's probably the most vulnerable part of an accident that you can get, as Damon will be able to tell you. The cars obviously are very safe, which is fantastic. And I think that the opportunity that he managed to just walk away with some bruising is quite phenomenal.
Eddie, Damon here. I mean, obviously, you know, philosophy of life, it comes into play in a situation like this. I mean, we all feel glad that Takuma is okay, etc. And you've got 2 points, but of course, I know you very well, and I know you'd much rather have Takuma back, and if it meant, you know, Takuma is okay and everything, and forget the points, sort of thing. Just like to say that, so as someone who knows you.
Thanks, Damon. I mean, it's a difficult situation. Of course I need the points. You know, there's people saying things and writing things about Jordan that I have to make sure that I demonstrate on the track that they're perhaps inaccurate. It's certainly from my point of view. And, you know, the decision to fuel when we did was vitally important. It's saved, if you like, gave us the opportunity to get those points. But Giancarlo did an amazing job to, you know, the car is just clearly not as good as it should be, but we're hoping to make it. To get the points is a relief, but as you rightly say, I really feared the worst for Taku. I thought he was in very deep danger, to be truthful, particularly when they were resuscitating him on the chest and stuff. I thought he was in a crisis.
And what is the latest, actually, Eddie, on Takuma?
Well, I mean, you know the prof as well as I do, and he said, listen, I can't understand this, but this is near enough to a miracle, because he had the full impact. Part of the gearbox of Nick Heidfeld's car is buried in the centre of our car, and I think it must be the fact that he's about 59 kilos in weight and he's so tiny that it probably saved him. If it was you, Damon, I'd fear for you, I promise you. But it also says good things about the safety of the car. He's gone to Graz by helicopter purely as a just precautionary preliminary measure to have x-rays done on various parts of his right leg, and it would appear that there's no broken bones, just heavy bruising.
Eddie, hi, it's Jeremy Hart here. Just one thing, I hate to stop you whilst we're talking about something quite so sensitive, but we've seen Formula One fans very verbal this afternoon, expressing their opinions as to what happened on the finish line. I'm not expecting you to slag off Ferrari, but what are your thoughts about what happened on the finish line and the repercussions for the sport?
I will study it because, quite honestly, Jeremy, as you can imagine, we haven't had a car on the last lap in a point-scoring position for some time, so I was making sure that every sector time was monitored. So as I was watching, then I overheard the whistle, and I could only assume that what they had done, because what I'm watching is slightly different to what you're watching. I'm watching the sector times. But as a team principal, I'd absolutely love to be in a position where my cars are in 1 and 2, and I had the opportunity to decide. I'm not sure I'd make the same decision, because I think Damon knows me well, and he knows the position. I made it very clear when Damon was leading the race, as he was in Spa with Jordan, and he gave us our first ever win. There was no doubt as to what was expected of Ralph behind him, because Damon had done all the work and led from start to finish. As far as I was concerned, there is no question as to who should be the winner.
Eddie, thanks very much indeed, and we wish you and the team all the best.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Thanks for it. Bye.
Yes, I'm looking forward to coming out to see you actually tomorrow at Silverstone. Thanks for the invitation. Just no pressure, but I had a great lunch out of Williams, so... I'm
sorry I missed your gig last night, Damon.
You are, yes, you should be.
He doesn't look that sorry to me.
I was putting the final setups on the car, as you can imagine.
Right, well, yeah, well, that's what you should be doing.
All right. Thanks very much, Eddie. See you tomorrow, as I say. And now let's wander further down the pit lane. Have a word with Patrick Head. He's talking to Amy Overy.
Patrick Head, Juan Pablo Montoya on the podium, Ralph just behind him in fourth. A good race for Williams.
Well, it's never a good race to finish third and fourth, but I must say I feel very sorry for Rubens, and I have to say that that was pretty much the most cynical event I've seen in my 27 years in Formula One. And I think for a team like Ferrari, when you produce a car as brilliant as they have done, you have an obligation to Formula One and an obligation to the spectators, and that's to provide a motor race. And when we produced a car that was ahead of the others, we provided some motor racing. That what we saw there was a disgusting, cynical act.
Now, we saw Ralph catching Juan Pablo right towards the end there. I take it that's not something you would instruct your drivers to do?
There were no instructions at all.
Thank you, Patrick.
Patrick, known for keeping his emotions within check, but when he doesn't, he comes out with stuff like that, and he was in no two minds about what happened.
Well, I wonder what all that was about when I was racing with Adam Prost then. Must have been a hallucination. Never mind. But Patrick's, very forthright. It's always forthright with the things he says in Formula One. I wanted to get around to asking about his fuel stop question, but that's really gone by the by now. He's blown that away completely.
Memories tend to get clouded, obviously, but...
You better explain it, actually, for the
people who've got, so younger viewers here who don't remember, but I seem to remember helping Alan Prost to a fourth world title some years ago, which required me, in certain circumstances, not to race. But then, is my thinking clouded now? Have I gone senile?
But it obviously wasn't a cynical act, not like...
no, it wasn't quite that cynical.
Didn't make the crowd boo, though, did it?
No, I mean, to be fair, the difference being Rubens qualified pole position and he led the race the entire way. So when in those circumstances, you'd have to say he was justified in being allowed to win the race.
Well, there was a private British battle taking place on the circuit today, that between the two best British drivers. I think David Coulthard would hate to be termed in that way. But anyway, he was sixth, and Jenson Button was just one place behind him.
Jenson, that didn't look like a particularly boring race from you. Had cars around you a lot, but what was it like in the cockpit?
The first lap was very exciting. I enjoyed the first lap very much. Then on, it was pretty boring, actually, from my point of view. I think we were running 8th or 9th before the safety car came out, and it seemed pretty good. I mean, we were staying up with the two cars in front, and McLaren and the and the Toyota, and then we, when the safety car came out, we weren't able to pit when other people were. So we lost a lot of time in that.
Why weren't you able to pit?
For different reasons, but we just couldn't when a lot of other people were.
But towards the end of the race there, when you're running in convoy, was it very difficult to get near enough to try to make a passing move?
It's so difficult around here. I mean, not just in the high-speed corners, but the stop-start corners, it's so difficult because you pull up to the back of a car in a corner. As soon as you get to the exit, with a TC especially, I mean, the car in front just disappears. Pulls out about 4 or 5 car lengths on the exit of a corner, and it makes it impossible to stay with them.
How much were you being held up in terms of lap time?
I wouldn't have a clue, but this is a very strange race for, I think, everyone, because I mean, us and the McLaren, fair enough, we should be running close, but the VARs and the Jordans being up there, I mean, it shows that I don't know if we're doing something wrong or someone's doing something wrong on our side, because we shouldn't be there at the moment.
Thanks very much.
Cheers.
He shouldn't be there at the moment. He seemed a little confused about his race.
Well, just a little bit, and talk about it boring. I don't know which. Well, obviously he was in his own race, but there was plenty of drama, almost too much drama today. And but there must be concerns though at Renault as to the fact that they have dropped back behind the 2 Honda runners. Here, BAR not getting the point that they'd hoped for, but Jordan, as we've just heard from EJ, finally getting a point here, or 2.
Okay. Damon thought your question had gone by the by, but it hasn't, because tonight I can prove to you what went on with the fuel stopping. Here's Sam Michaels of the Williams team.
Sam, what was your reaction on the Williams pit wall here when you saw both Ferraris coming in during that safety car regime?
At that point, we could have maybe got enough fuel in to finish the race, but the car would have been very heavy. We saw McLaren's do it, so we were worried, and it was very close. But it was really critical on how long it took before they took the safety car back in. And that was very tight for us. But it worked out. We knew we had the pace to do it, but we needed to have a good 10 or 12 laps, and we had about that just before their stop. So.
And Juan Pablo in the end finishing in front of Ralph. How did that come about?
Well, he had more fuel on board, so he had about another 5 laps worth of fuel. So the safety cars helped his situation relative to Ralph. For Ralph, it was touch and go. So the 2 safety cars is what sort of damaged the strategy. We went on par to compete with Ferrari today, so we're only going to get something if we're lucky. But from a team point of view, we got 3rd and 4th, which is the best we could have got.
Thanks very much. Congratulations.
Cheers, mate.
Now, sometimes when you get the tape of a Formula 1 race, you're struggling for things to put in. Sometimes you're struggling for what to leave out. Saying earlier, as we heard indeed from Eddie Jordan, an up and down day for his team. Luckily, one of his drivers survived an horrendous accident, and the other scored Jordan's first points of the season. Now, here is Giancarlo Fisichella talking to Amy Overy.
Giancarlo Fisichella, congratulations, first points for Jordan.
That wasn't live, that's just one of our little tricks. I don't know how you managed to work that out at home, but if you did, congratulations. You might even win a Jaguar car for spotting things like that in the future. In the meantime, let's go back to, not back to Giancarlo, back to Damon and Jeremy here. We can't hear him say it for himself, but he must be more than happy with 2 points there.
He'll be relieved, you know. It was not much fun for him being on the bottom of the list there, but 2 points is something rather than nothing. But you know, Eddie lives kind of in this kind of crazy world where things happen and it goes up and down and around and stuff. I
think it's better for Eddie, really. The points are far more significant for the team than for Fisichella, because 2 points, 2 points. He's not fighting for the championship this year yet. 2 points for Jordan. But crucial, as we've said before, because the more points you get, the more help you get with travel budget, and that runs into the millions. And the percentage of the TV revenue and all sorts of other things. It's a very complicated mixture of parameters as to how much each team gets, as to how well they're doing.
Well, the good news for Jordan is that they beat McLaren into 6th place. I'm not sure that's good news for Ron Dennis. Amy's talking to him now.
Ron Dennis, sadly David Coulthard didn't manage to repeat his race win of last year, but a point nonetheless. How do you feel?
Bruised. We're here to win. You know, there's a a lot of work we have to do, but it's not work that we can do quickly. It takes time to solve the sorts of problems that we have, but we're working on it. We'll improve our performance over the course of the next few races, but it'll be a while before we can fight for the lead.
Were you concerned that David might develop the same problem as Kimi?
Well, we're not quite sure what happened with Kimi's engine yet, but you know, no point in thinking about those things. You know, this is just part of motor racing, and you've got to just get on and do the best job you can with what you have available to you.
Is it an extra blow to have a Jordan finish ahead of you?
Did a Jordan finish ahead of us?
5th, Giancarlo Fisichella for his first points.
Oh, really? Well, I think the frustration there is the fact that David went off on some oil, and I actually think he passed under a yellow, but time will tell whether that's true.
Ron, thanks for talking to us.
He's got all those screens, same screens that everybody's got at home, thanks to Interactive, and he doesn't spot who came in front.
No, he doesn't also say the first thing that comes into his head. It's not going to make a very good commentator, is he?
I hate to think what was the first thing that came into his head, but that was very, very revealing as to what we just saw there from Ron Dennis, because somebody's taken the wind out of his sails big time. It's going to be a while. I don't think it's going to be until the second half of the season, if at all, that McLaren are back up to speed this year. Normally, if you look at a pattern of things, that teams that start the season well tend to continue well, and it's very hard for a team, even with the means that McLaren have, to work their way back up.
In the very little time that's left to us, Ferrari involved in unprecedented scenes. Michael Schumacher booed for winning a race he didn't win. Are you still amazed by what you saw?
Yeah, I'm still reeling. I'm going to have to go away and think about this. I've not really got a way to angle it. I mean, I asked you when we were looking at something else about, you know, what's going on there. Is he being sporting? Is he just putting on a show of sportiness? Is he just going along with the crowd? I don't know what's happening. It's nothing I've seen before.
Thanks, chaps. And if you're still reading, you can watch the interactive replay and get another look at it. So now we look forward to one of the most famous sporting events anywhere in the world. In a fortnight, it's the Monaco Grand Prix, home of the rich, the famous, and briefly for a few days, Peter Windsor, who is, of course, both. Sky Sports 1 has a preview for that at 7 on Wednesday, the 22nd of May. That's because everything changes for Monaco, and practice sessions 1 and 2 are on Thursday, starting at 9:30 in the morning. The teams have a day off to hit the casino on Friday, and then on Saturday it's practice 3 and 4, which is at 7:30 in the morning on Saturday, followed by qualifying at 11:30. Sunday has warm-up at 8 in the morning with the 4th round of the Porsche Super Cup, and the race programme starts at 12 noon. My thanks to Jeremy and to Damon, to John Watson and Ben Edwards for the Super Channel commentary, and to Peter Windsor for his all-embracing pit coverage. Time to put that fire suit in the wash, Peter, I would say. Hope to see you at Monaco. At least Michael Schumacher knows that the roulette wheel is still spinning his way.
Schumacher has won the Austrian Grand Prix, although it certainly is not his proudest victory. Rubens Barrichello pulling over and letting it pass in the last few metres. 10 more points to Schumacher, then first win in Austria for him. Barrichello pushed down into second place. Montoya third for Williams. Then Ralf Schumacher. First points for Jordan on a difficult day for them from Giancarlo Fisichella, and David Coulthard, last year's winner, sixth. And the Drivers' Championship, he's gone further clear. Michael Schumacher, 54 points, Juan Montoya, 27. Ralf, 23. Rubens up into double figures above David Coulthard and Jenson Button on 8 points. What do you make of that?
Well, in German, auf Deutsch, ein Spaß means a joke. And that's what I felt it was. I think it's a sporting blunder if that instruction has come through from Ferrari. I cannot believe that Rubens Barrichello moved over of his own volition, even if he's feeling grateful for a 2-year contract. We have to believe at this point that the orders came that he should move over, as he did do last year and gave away second place to Michael Schumacher. History repeating itself. Was it just to break the jinx of Michael Schumacher? But mere metres from the end. Here, Rubens Barrichello, who's dominated all weekend, who's driven superbly, heading for his second Grand Prix victory, gives it and hands it on a silver plate to Michael Schumacher, and the crowd voted with their voices there. I'm still reeling from the shock of it, I have to say.
We're going to hear from the drivers in the press conference shortly. What did you feel, though, went on between them after the race? Surely Rubens wouldn't have pulled over voluntarily. It must have been team orders. Look at Ralph's face there. What's occurring there?
Ralph, what is going on? I mean, this is worse for me than '98 when Coulthard pulled over and let Hakkinen go through. The Australians went away and said, fix, cheating, we were robbed, that wasn't sporting. That's all of those things again. And you've just got Michael Schumacher going from hero to villain, and the Ferrari team suddenly going into, well, into dark areas.
Yeah, more from you in a moment, Tony. The press conference is going to make very, very interesting viewing. Here we go.
Rubens, how difficult was it to make...
Joyless. Both Ferrari drivers, I get the impression Rubens is going to go out the back and have a good cry when that's all over.
I'm pretty sure he will do, and I'm pretty sure Michael Schumacher will go downstairs and sit with Ross and sit with Jean Todt and say, what happened? Did Jean Todt go and make a call to De Montezemolo, the president of Ferrari? Is that the note that Ted was talking about at the end of a call, a quick call to say, let Schumacher go through, you know, he must win at all costs. But the point is, he was 21 points clear anyway, and Schumacher's already made the point, we didn't really need to do this.
Tony, we can hear from Ross Brawn now, the man who might well have made that vital call. Here he is with Ted.
Ross, Rubens had won that race, hadn't he?
Oh yes, Rubens won the race today, but in the interest of Ferrari and the Drivers' Championship, we've made the decision.
But it was fair and square, wasn't it? He beaten Michael in a fair fight.
Well, you say fair, we're told the drivers not to race each other, so how can that be a fair fight? The team controlled the race, the whole race. So, you know, we were telling Michael not to push, we were telling Rubens not to push. We were watching everything, so you can't call that a race.
But for Ferrari, it was more important for Michael to get the 10 points.
Absolutely, yes.
Let's look back at the big accident, and Sauber saying it was driver error from Nick Heidfeld now, not dodgy brakes that caused it.
Well, the interesting point that was made, we were looking for smoke, a sign that something was seized, because that's how it looked, and that was the impact there. That potentially, as we'd seen before, and there's the car, again, Heidfeld flying across the screen. If you remember just before, when Panis had gone off and the engine had blown and then seized, how the rear wheels locked off and took him off. For the car to veer so suddenly like that suggested maybe there was a sudden steering problem. If it had been the diff locking up, or if it had been the engine locking up, or the gearbox back, then it would have sent him off. But so dramatic was it, and it wasn't caused just, I don't think, by the car that locked up in front of him. And unfortunately, we appear to have had a very good end to it, i.e. Sato is okay, he was going off there by helicopter, but a very, very violent accident. And again, side impact strength of the monocoque, a new rear crash test for the cars this year proves the safety from the FIA and proves the safety of the Formula One cars yet again, that this young driver can survive.
Okay, that of course we all hope that Taku Sato is absolutely 100% fine, as it does appear. Let's get the latest from Eddie Jordan, the Jordan team boss, of course, and here he is chatting to Louise Goodman.
Eddie, you just said it yourself, what a day.
Yeah, well, I mean, first of all, you never have thought we were going to score points. We made a fantastic strategic change by filling and coming in and fuel. Gary and I, we discussed a bit, and we've got to make that decision. We've got to be brave, take it on the nose if we can, and it paid off. We made a very early call on that, so that was fantastic. I then spoke to the Prof Watkins about, you know, because we were very concerned. Taku, I thought he was giving him heart resuscitation at one stage, and thankfully it was nothing more than something else. I don't know, it's just a natural routine that they go through. But the word is good. He's gone to Graz for x-rays just to make sure everything is okay, and you know, he's a brave boy. Hopefully he can be back racing at Monaco in the next race, but who knows what will happen.
It'll be great to see him there. Just final reflections from you, Tony. I don't know, at a time when Formula One is searching for a few friends, I'm not sure that this race has done them many favours.
No, it won't have done. I think Ferrari are under a huge red cloud at the moment, a red sporting cloud, because you know, the people will vote as they have here, you know, with their voices and with their sentiment. That'll be very, very unpopular move by a very, very popular, worldwide popular team.
It's astonishing to hear Michael Schumacher getting booed after winning, isn't it?
It hasn't been heard before, and he works very, very hard, you know, on his own popularity, and he doesn't need this.
Bit of PR for them to do in the next few
so.
weeks. Thank you very much indeed, Tony. Of course, we'll have more reaction from us here in Austria just before midnight tonight in our highlights programme.
It's just 2 words, team order.
Yeah, that's it. You've said everything.
Yeah, but what did you feel when you first heard about it? Michael said he just didn't know, and he just heard it first during the race. So what was your first reaction, your first thoughts?
I was surprised because obviously I was really thinking that, you know, in front of everyone, everybody saw that I was there. But I can leave the circuit as the winner. I really feel this way, and I'm gonna carry the first trophy to home. I think it's my mother deserve and Silvana deserve. It's her birthday today, so it's, you know, team order.
But on the other hand, you're racing better and better, have a contract till 2004, and I mean, that's it.
Well, I couldn't do anything different right now. It's as simple as that.
Maybe some discussions with Jean Todt or with Ross Brawn.
There's no need. I mean, I'm not gonna get the 10 points back, so I just go on.
Okay, thank you, Rubens.
A hard day for you and your team. What about Takuma right at the moment?
Yeah, Taku, he's gone to Graz for some x-rays. We're told he's fine. I spoke to the professor and he's got some bruising. It's a miracle in many respects how that happened, but we just have to see what happens.
Can you describe the accident? What did you see?
I just saw the same as what you saw, and it was not a nice accident, and one of the ones that you horrible because the gearbox went straight into the car. It could have been anything.
Peter Sauber said it was a mistake of Nick.
I don't want to make it's not. We're all in business. We make lots of mistakes. I'm just happy he's alive and well, and will hopefully be racing in Monaco.
Thank you very much.
Which the best man on the day wins, and in my view Rubens was the best man on the day, and it appears that contracts in boardrooms have won this motor race rather than the best driver on the day, and I think it shows a high degree of cynicism, and I hope that it's stopped in future.
Yeah, maybe it's something for the team principals meeting with Bernie Ecclestone or something like this.
I don't think it was discussed in that, but I'm sure that the FIA will have to have a look at it, because in effect I think it's to some extent fraudulent.
Coming to your team, you think the championship is already away, even if it's mathematically everything's possible?
Well, I think, you know, you never give up in a long series, and we've had, what, 6 out of 17 races. Obviously, in order to be able to compete with Ferrari, we've got to make considerable improvement. Whether it's possible to make that level of improvement during this year, I don't know, but one never gives up in this business.
Thank you very much.
Good.
Check both radiators, please.
Felipe, what happened there?
No, it's broke the situation.
Did you hit anything?
No, just in the last.
Felipe Massa visibly upset, a very short race. What was your problem?
It's broken the heel suspension and it's finished the race for me. But I think it was a good start, but in the first corner somebody pushed me out of the track and I lose 2 positions. But I think race is like this.
Bad luck, thank you. Pedro, disappointingly short race, opening lap. It looked like you lost all drive. Do you know why?
No, we don't know yet. It's early on, but I lost the throttle, lost the gears. Going into turn 2, and we were lucky, really, basically, because no one behind me hit me, you know. But it was it's not the ideal place to happen in the start because you have a lot of cars around you. So anyway, we have to look into it and see. I think it's a hydraulic problem, but I'm not sure.
Pedro, thanks.
Olivier, what happened there? David Bridges, all the confusion caused there. Jacques came through the pits and didn't stop. What was happening?
He had a drive-through penalty for an incident on the first lap where we had a steward's notice came through to us, and he took it then under the safety car.
Is that allowable?
It is perfectly allowable.
And Olivier's problem, just an engine go?
We assume so. We haven't. We've been rather busy on other things.
Thanks, Dave. Yeah, it's a very bad lap. What happened there?
I don't know. I had just like a blackout. I don't think it's the engine, but it's something strange.
There was a lot of action going on during the race. What did you see of the various accidents?
I haven't seen any accident directly, so I don't know. I can't judge.
Thanks, Ronald. Austrian Grand Prix 2002. It's Rubens Barrichello, it's Michael Schumacher and Juan Pablo Montoya, with Rubens in the middle, as I suppose you'd say, the moral victor. Rubens, how difficult was it to make the decision to move over the last lap?
I think I had the experience actually, so it wasn't. So I'm not joking. That is something that I've been asked to. I've said nothing. I just I think it was a team decision. I just signed a 2-year contract with them, and
There's problems with the car, so.
But as a racer, you must feel a twinge. You've only won one race previously. Is it very difficult?
Full 36.
Well, I mean, it's...
Back for me here. Yes, it's back for me. You can have
I'm
what
going
you
through
want.
a period of a very big time in my life. I think it's
Relax, relax.
becoming a better person, a better driver. So
Let me
there's
get
no
in
point
here so I can
in
stay
arguing. I
here.
think it's...
Everybody, ask them. Eddie Jordan, you must have gone through the range of emotions this afternoon. First of all, Takuma Sato involved in a horrific accident, but he's okay. But Giancarlo Fisichella collecting the first points for Jordan. How on earth do you feel now?
Lady luck, somebody up there. It was, you know, it's a bittersweet situation because I suppose we all should be very thankful, not just for whoever has saved him, because that was a huge accident. Great testament to the safety of the cars and what work has been done over the years, you know, to give somebody real protection, particularly lateral protection where it's the most vulnerable. So from that point of view, everyone should be very happy. Taku is safe and probably first points on the team for Giancarlo, and he'd more than deserved it, and he drove his heart out from a very difficult position.
Do you have an update on how Takuma is?
Yeah, he's fine. He's gone for initial tests and x-rays in Graz by helicopter, but we're told reliably that it's just bruising at this stage, so fingers crossed to be back for Monaco.
So Jordan on the way up?
Well, let's not jump too far soon. Today was a really miracle day for a variety of reasons.
Eddie, thanks a lot.
Involved, and suddenly they told me that he would move over, and yeah, I mean, I'm not very pleased.
Giancarlo Fisichella, congratulations. First points for Jordan. How do you feel?
Of course, very good. It's been a fantastic race. I didn't expect to score some points, even if this morning there was a good balance, but I was 15th on the grid, so I was optimistic to get to the end. I did a good start, and then after the safety car, the first safety car, we went. I went to the box in the right moment, and I refueled to get to the end, and that was perfect. I drove very well. I didn't mistake at all, and I'm very pleased for me and for the team.
Fantastic. Is it Jack? It's for you. Yeah, but Taku is 100%. He's okay. He's just gone for some X-rays, and big day for Giancarlo. You know, he drove like a champion. It was a good decision. Pit wall made a fantastic decision to come in fuel for the end. No stops. It worked out.
You saw what happened. What Ferrari did. That is not good for the sport.
I don't want to make comment. I was too interested in looking at my own situation. Maybe there is an arrangement there that they should do. That's their business, not mine.
But you hear the audience behind you.
Yeah, but you know, they have to think about winning the championship, and I don't want to get involved in that situation. I'm sorry. It's not my decision. Don't please ask me about it.
Een beslissing die Eddie Jordan ooit wel overigens.
Is this what ruins Formula One?
Well, I don't think it's a question of what ruins Formula One. You know, that I think the crowd obviously says it all. I've got no other comment.
Zegt de man die tijdens de eerste Grand Prix van het jaar directeur bij Williams is Patrick Head. En die doet dit. Hij moet er ook een beetje om lachen, maar Patrick Head en Frank Williams zijn absoluut tegen teamorders. Nou, dat was vandaag niet Juan Pablo Montoya. Gerhard Berger.
Good feelings for Juan Pablo Montoya, but other feelings for the last lap, I think, Gerhard Berger.
Well, bad feelings, yes, definitely. Not a nice move, but not my business. On our side, we did a good race. That's the maximum we could do. Ferrari still is very strong, but I think we got out the maximum. We showed our ability, and we are very happy with the result.
What was very good for us is that the tires were not expected to be good, but it took out very well.
Oh, that was all fine, no problem.
Ook een lekker politiek antwoord van Gerhard Berger. Natuurlijk ook zelf ooit het slachtoffer geweest van teamorders. Wie is dat niet in de Formule 1, zou je bijna zeggen. De winnaar.
Let's start at the beginning. The start was okay.
Yeah, very good actually, because we sort of made one position up to Ralph, where starts usually they're very strong, but today we were stronger.
Surprisingly for us, there were 2 stops.
Yeah.
Was it because of the tires?
No, that was a strategy.
Okay, let's go to a difficult moment for us as well. The final lap, then you got the order to let to go by. What is your comment to that?
Yeah, as you see, I mean, it's a team decision. We both we're not particularly happy, although it has always been like this, and especially here last year has been exactly the same situation. And I wouldn't go on too much about it, because it's once out of 17 races, and it's a team sport. I mean, that's a part of it.
What I'm surprised about is that these things happen everywhere. In other countries, last year it happened, and now suddenly the crowd is so emotional. Have you an explanation for that?
The explanation is probably that if you keep winning as much as I have done, people wish to have another winner very soon. That's a natural ambition, and seeing me again as a winner is maybe not what some people would have wished for, but I'm sorry.
But what did you say to Rubens on the podium? You thanked him?
Certainly I did, and I did. We had a conversation. I mean, for us the situation is very clear, and from a team point of view is very clear too. And people may like it, may don't like it. That's the way it is.
En dan de snelste nummer 2 ter wereld, Rubens Barrichello.
Rubens, you had a fantastic car today.
Yeah, I had a fantastic car and a fantastic thing going on. So it's really the way the car was. I could have driven for another 60 or 70 laps. So very good.
A little bit asked Michael already, but your opinion about the last lap? What happened?
I've been told to let him by. That's all.
You feel moral? You have the victory?
Yeah, definitely. It's there's no way it can be different. So yeah, not just a trophy. I think I won it.
Did you expect to have so many fans here in Austria? Because you heard the audience.
Yeah, no, I think I have a lot of people who cheer me, and it's really good. I enjoy. Okay.
Al dus de man die dadelijk toch kan zeggen dat hij meegeholpen heeft om Michael Schumacher de 5e wereldtitel te laten halen. De kranten dachten er echter heel anders over. Die gingen dit soort dingen schrijven. The end of Formula 1. Het is een schande, fluitconcert voor Ferrari. En of we nou in Nederland, Italië of Engeland zitten...
Well, the Austrian Grand Prix must have been the most controversial race for several seasons. Michael Schumacher, the winner, only because Rubens Barrichello obeys orders to let him through at the finish. Then Montoya and Ralf Schumacher. Fisichella scoring welcome first points for Jordan, and Coulthard beating Button for a point. But emotions running very high after that contrived Ferrari finish.
Rubens, for many people here today, particularly the crowd, you were the true winner of the Grand Prix. Do you feel like the winner yourself?
No, there's no way to see different. I think there wouldn't be any different. I mean, we cannot go back now. I have only 6 points for today, but I have the cup, and you're gonna see me smiling. I mean, I'm seriously a changed man. If it's for the birth of my son, if it's for life, if my father has always told me that one day I would understand everything in life. What should I do? I have on the contract that I have to obey others as much as Michael. He has on the same clause. So if I disobey right now, I just beginning of my 2.5 years of contract. So people would ask me, so why don't you go back to a team that you top? Maybe they want to give a car for me to win. I really feel that my life has changed, and I'm on the way up.
You actually seem more upset about this than Rubens is. He seems to have taken it quite calmly.
Yeah, because morally he's the winner. I'm officially the winner, but not morally the winner. So naturally I'm a little bit upset about this. I would have wished finally to put this black spot on my west from Austria away in a straightforward victory, but it wasn't my day to do this. I hope I can really do this in future. So keep on asking me next year when I win my first race.
What was it like standing on the podium and hearing the crowd booing?
I feel sorry for Michael in a way. I mean, when you see people booing for someone, I feel sorry. I mean, the same way as it was Coulthard, I think in Monza they were booing him for the crash they had in Spa. It's a bad feeling. But you should respect everyone's view. They saw me winning the race. That's the way it went. So there was something that changed and they were not happy. In a way, I have to accept that, and that's it.
Did you think about disobeying the order anymore?
If you look my telemetry, I basically did, but then he braked even more. And if you look at the time, it was just 1/10. So I would have, yeah. Well, if I could return it, I would.
Is this fair?
No, very simple, very wrong decision.
I mean, Rubens had done everything. I mean, they even let him go off the top of the podium.
Rubens did a good race, did a great race. And the poor guy has a few races where he really could fight against Michael, and today he was better. So I have a lot of sympathies today to him, because he really did a great race and he deserved to win. And I cannot understand to have this decision in this early stage of the season, where basically there's no real pressure from any other team.
Peter, a difficult day for the team with that horrendous accident. Thankfully everybody seems to be okay. Do you have any idea, has Nick told you any idea what caused it?
I spoke with Nick, and he told me it was a driver mistake. He braked too hard.
But he's okay, is he?
He is okay, yes.
I was passing him on the outside, and we were both going into the braking zone quite quite hard and late, and it's so critical to get your brakes warm once you've been behind a safety car for so long. And to me, I think he just locked up his rear axle, and it was not very pleasant to see him obviously going over the circuit like that. I believe that Santos is sitting up and is okay after that, so that's good news.
The word is good. He's gone to Graz for x-rays just to make sure everything is okay, and you know, he's a brave boy. Hopefully he can be back racing at Monaco in the next race, but who knows what will happen.
It's still 10 more points in the bag for Michael Schumacher. He's increased his lead to 27. Montoya 4 clear of Ralph. 2 second places for Barrichello and Coulthard ahead of Button. Meantime, in the constructors, Ferrari's Maximum takes them 16 clear of Williams. McLaren picking up a point, as you were though, for Renault, Sauber and Jaguar. Fair to say, Tony, we're both pretty upset about what's happened here.
Absolutely, and especially as it's déjà vu from last year when Rubens had to give away that second place. But the difference then, Jim, is that was tactical. That was a team sport when they were fighting against McLaren, when David Coulthard was winning the race. There was a reason for doing that. And if you look at this last year, here we are, Coulthard in the lead. Okay, Barrichello was in second place, he deserved it at the time, but he was told on the radio by Todd to move over. Todd came down afterwards to pick up Rubens and say, come back, listen, I'm sorry, I had to do that. This was Todd telling him. You know, it was team orders, Ferrari, we had to do it for the championship, you understand that. He was very, very upset. Back to 2002, here we are, against the backdrop of all the wolf whistles, the crowd not liking it. Barrichello slows down and gives away a win on a silver plate to Michael Schumacher. Did you see the incredulity there on Ralph Schumacher's face? He walked past. What's going on? FIA bringing the sport into disrepute. That's what happened last time. McLaren did it in '97 and '98.
Who has smiled at this result? Because everybody seems to be unhappy about it.
Totally. I tell you what, Michael Schumacher will not be happy about this. Whoever on high in Ferrari, whether it's Di Montezemolo or whether it's Todd, he will not be happy. It's his own image, his own popularity, the popularity of Ferrari. They did not need to do it. He came into this race 21 points clear. Why?
We're all very happy, though, that Takuma Sato would appear to be okay to race in a couple of weeks' time in Monaco after this frightening experience.
Yeah, and Nick Heidfeld there, they said it was driver error from Sauber, but look at the way the car picked up speed. It veered off to the right and bangs into the side of Takuma Sato. Juan Pablo Montoya, very, very lucky, escapes the speed. It careers across there. Fortunately, as we can say, though, with the increased side impact protection on the monocoque, the rear of the car has been strengthened with new crash tests. There's Nick Heidfeld, who damaged his leg in that. Sato is okay, but there was no sign of anything locking up, no smoke from the rear tyres. It was as if something happened to the steering. For it suddenly veered to the right like that is very mysterious. And there's Takuma Sato going off to hospital for his checkups, but luckily he's okay.
You've got 1 or 2 points you want to make about the start of the Austrian Grand Prix as well, Tony.
Well, it was very exciting. It's always exciting here, but you can see the fuel-laden Williams is not having great starts, heavier, but great start for Michael Schumacher getting into second place. But look at Heidfeld going round the outside there to get through. Massa trying to follow him, running wide, and everyone getting away with it. Normally, we've had all sorts of crashes there going to the first corner. Now look again from Juan Pablo's view, in car, in the Williams BMW. You can see Michael Schumacher getting away on the inside there. And then from 5th place, coming up alongside him, Nick Heidfeld. Sauber loving this track. And on the inside, Kimi Räikkönen then goes past. Massa follows through. But the two juniors, Räikkönen and Massa, slide wide. And Montoya goes through. Great pictures there.
Thanks very much indeed, Tony. Well, our next stop, Monaco, in a couple of weeks' time. It's a great weekend, that one. Qualifying live from 11:30 on the Saturday. Plenty of pre-race build-up from just after midday. And the highlights at midnight. Sure, you've all got your own thoughts on that Ferrari finish. Let us have them via the ITV F1 website. The Austrian crowd here, well, they made their feelings crystal clear. Good night.